Oh, here we are. It is Foul Territory live at the 100th Annual New York Baseball's Writers Dinner, and they're giving out the big awards, the awards of the year in baseball from 2024, MVP, Cy Young, Rookie, and many more. Okay, we're excited to be here for the first time. This is the 100th annual event. Scotty Braun, Erik Kratz, Ken Rosenthal, AJ Pierzynski, AJ in a suit and without a hat.
Yep, it's miracles never cease, guys.
You know this is
Playoffs
a big deal.
In awards dinners.
That's it. Ken, but you've been here many times, and you know how cool this always is to have the players, managers, etc. Just so much royalty in baseball here, and also we get to stream it live for the first time.
It's great. It's so exciting to do this, and this is always one of my favorite nights of the year. And the reason is not only do we go over last season, but we kind of get fired up for the season to come, and it's really kind of a kickoff event. And I know once the Super Bowl ends, that's when everyone really gets fired up for spring training. But this night, in New York at least, has been a big night over the years, and to see all these stars in one place, that's really cool.
Mm-hmm. It's cool for us. I mean, you and AJ obviously talked to all these guys, sometimes at the ballpark, many times digitally, and we get to see a lot of people in one place too, which is cool for us because we've got people on our show, 3 guests a day every day. So you're doing a lot of your Erik Kratz networking, as you know everyone.
I'm still starstruck by these guys because
really?
You've seen these guys. I've played against some of them, not against like Paul Skenes, but I played with Luis Heel, and it's like you see them and they're kind of in this like show me kind of atmosphere. So I like it. I like seeing the stars shine here tonight.
Mm-hmm, exactly. All right, so we're gonna show you everything, right, that's going on in the main room, and we'll get there in just a moment. But also, you'll hear from some really cool people. Obviously, that'll stop by, especially after. So if you're watching right now and you're watching through the entire event, stick around afterward, and we'll have some cool conversations.
I mean, I got to see all the trophies.
Yeah, and what do they look like?
They're awesome. I mean, we already knew who won.
Right.
But to see all of them,
yes.
meaning now the New York Raiders do some things here, the nicest guy and the team of the year and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But to have both MVPs, both Cy Youngs, and both rookies of the year lined up on a table, it was right behind us. It's pretty awe-inspiring as a former player to walk in and see those because that was the closest I was ever because Ken wasn't ever going to vote for me.
Unbelievable, Ken. On time.
Well, if it was an MVP and there were 10 spots on the I never do that.
You also get to see some people that you've been looking forward to seeing. Like, I know you spent at least a couple minutes with Barry Bonds already, your old teammate.
Saw Dave Winfield.
Yep.
God known for a long time. Chris Sale, who I caught his debut.
Yeah.
I saw Corey Kluber in there. Scooble, who's a regular on the show. Sean Manaea, who's been on, is just one of the nicest guys in the world. I mean, geez, the list goes on and on. I mean, Booney, Hinch, Carlos Mendoza was here.
Yep.
I mean, I didn't get to meet Paul Skenes yet, though, which I'm gonna find him. Paul, I'm gonna hunt you down. I'm gonna find you, and I'm gonna have you in the seat next to me if I have to drag you in here.
Great, John Sterling was here too.
Sterling.
Yes.
Susan didn't get a hug. Next time she comes on, she's gonna complain I didn't give her a hug.
I didn't see her yet.
Susan Waldman, great radio voice, obviously, of the New York Yankees. Dave Sims as well, who's going to be joining her this year. So obviously, we're in New York City. And this is an event in the future, if you're watching this, that you can actually go to. So if you want more information, you can check out the BBWAA's website. There's all about info about this event, and then they'll release it for next year too, because I already saw plenty of people in the chat like, oh, I wish I was here. I'm like, you actually can. This is one of the
public
few times where you
but
can
I've
kind
never
of
seen it
mingle
advertised.
here.
That's the thing. I didn't know this was a thing.
It is, but I mean, we're working on that. That's
right.
part of
That's
what
right.
we're doing here, So we can show it off. Obviously, there's stuff on social media that you're able to see, but there's a look at the room too. I mean, there are a lot of people here, many hundreds of people.
Yes.
Here.
Scott
Boras is here.
He's
Yes.
here for Scooble, and all of the other agents of the players who are getting honored are here as well.
Mhm.
There are people from the union here, people from MLB. It's a big, big night for the industry.
Yeah, we rarely get this, right? This is probably the only time that you get this
Absolutely.
level of baseball royalty, especially people currently involved with the game that are all here in one place.
Saw Tony Clark walk through.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can't miss him. Tony's 6'8".
Tony sticks out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most of the pitchers at this point too. Sale sticks out. Manaea, Skenes.
By the
all
way, Sale.
big boys.
I know we saw Sale. No tie. I'm like, Sale. Clean it.
He said he doesn't wear a tie.
I know. He doesn't know how to tie a tie.
He doesn't know how to tie a tie?
I don't know how to tie a bow tie. Do you?
If
Not a bow
only
tie,
if
no.
only his first catcher just taught
Right?
him how to be
Yeah,
a
like
major
something
league.
good in life.
I
Supposedly
taught
a
him how to win
mentor.
a Cy Young.
Yeah.
I taught him how to win a Cy Young,
No,
apparently.
you
Mhm.
didn't. He had to go somewhere else.
two other places to get there.
Is it kind of crazy though when you see Chris and you
Yeah.
think back like it's been a minute since he made his debut, and he was the best pitcher in the National League this year.
What's crazy is the fact that, we still keep in touch. It's not like I haven't talked to him in a long time, not only because of the show, but just in life, because he still lives down in Florida. So every once in a while I'll call him, or, if I'm in Fort Myers area, we're down where he lives, and talk to him, and we'll go see each other. I mean, one time my son was playing down there, and he was in the outfield on rehab. I went out and talked to him, and while he was like doing his workout, and he was in the Red Sox complex, I went down and talked to him. It was all, like, things like that are awesome. So when you see guys like that, Aaron Boone I played against, obviously Voter, Kratz knows well, but Murph and all these guys, it's just fun to see these guys that and then to get to talk to them in person. That's why I want to talk to Skenes. I want to talk to Luis Heel, who I don't know like you do, Kratz. Like, those are the things, because it's just cool to get to talk to these guys, because you don't get a lot of time with them.
Next generation of dudes.
Yeah.
Too, every season produces great stories. Chris Sale's story might be my favorite in many years.
Mm-hmm.
He was so down and out in Boston. He was so frustrated. He was very honest and always transparent with his frustration. And yet to see him this year, after getting traded by a team that no longer wanted him, the Boston Red Sox, go to Atlanta and thrive the way he did, it was kind of a just reward for all the work and the exasperation that he went through. It was cool.
Honesty, too. The honesty.
Yes.
That's
remember
what we
had him
always
on.
appreciate. Yes.
We had him on, and I asked him, was your time in Boston a success? Now, remember, they won a World Series. He got the last out of the World Series in 2018 when he struck out, I think, Manny Machado.
Yep.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And he said no. Now, we say anything's worth it as long as you win.
I disagree.
Right.
But I did,
What
too. I was
are
like,
we
are you
doing
crazy?
this for fan bases? What are you doing this for? You're doing this so that you watch a World Series title.
I agree.
They won.
So that's, to me, he's just always honest, and he's truthful about how he feels and what he means. And when we have him on, he will be the same. I mean, he's the same Sale as I met 2010 in Baltimore when he made his debut.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then on the other side in the American League to have Skubal here, another guy actually like great interview, real talk guy, right? And just was a bulldog, just such a year. And also, I mean, Ken, he didn't just like breeze through everything, and just we all saw this coming. He dealt with a lot of crap with injuries mostly.
Absolutely, and not only all that, but he was the linchpin of that rotation. He was for a time a one-man rotation essentially. So much deserved his award, and to see him come on this year as one of really the great young bright stars in the game, that was also one of the cool stories of the year.
Mm-hmm.
AJ saw it coming.
He did. He did talk about it.
Spring training when he sat next to me.
Mm-hmm.
AJ sat next to him and he touched his thigh,
Mm-hmm.
which I thought that was going to be the end of
I'm going to give you my Cy love.
And he was like,
I have to say, the Cy Young Award trophy is the coolest trophy.
It does look cool.
I mean,
Yes.
not that I wouldn't take an MVP,
Right.
but Cy Young it just looks cool. I'm sorry.
And obviously they're all getting handed out on the stage tonight. So you're going to see all of this. We'll be streaming live the whole time. If you're in the chat and watching on YouTube, that's awesome. We'll obviously try to communicate with you as best as possible. And then post awards, we will have conversations with many VIPs that are here. You're going to hear a lot from Tim Healy, who's a great baseball writer in New York too, who is a funny guy. And I'm excited to hear from him, right? He's a funny guy, and he's very well prepared. He's going to be the MC this evening. So you're going to hear a lot from him. And if you tune in and out and you see him speaking, he's kind of running the show up on the stage. But award winners, and also there'll be presenters for those award winners. Some of them are surprises, so it'll be cool. If you don't know who's going to be there, we can reveal a few. We have, obviously, we've told everyone that Barry Bonds is here. People from the Brave side, like Brian Snitker's here, Rick Kranitz is here. So a lot of support for these guys. But there's a few special guests. So we're going to go to the grand ballroom for the ceremony. Yankees reporter Brian Hope is on the stage.
100 years of this dinner. We are extraordinarily proud of that number. Babe Ruth attended this dinner along with scores of MVPs, Cy Young Award winners, World Series champions. And look to my left and to my right, we have another incredible lineup tonight. At this time, would you please rise and welcome our very own Pete Caldera, Yankees beat reporter for the Bergen Record. To honor America, Pete will now perform our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you very much, Pete. And with that, it's time to play ball. Let's say hello once more to the best and brightest in the baseball universe as we turn the ceremonies over to our host, Chapter Chairman Tim Healy.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Is the audio good? I'm sort of loud. I'm sorry. Welcome to the New York Baseball Writers Dinner, and thank you all for coming, and thank you to the powers that be for letting me stand up here for a second year in a row. It's an absolute honor to be on the dais alongside all these baseball greats, so I'll try to do it justice. At the outset, I wanted to highlight and emphasize that this is the 100th iteration of this great event. I just think that is so cool. Yeah. This tradition is older than the Hall of Fame, for example. It's older than the regular use of numbers on the backs of jerseys. And it's much older than nearly half of major league teams, all but 2 active ballparks, and the designated hitter rule. We've had everybody from Babe Ruth and Joe DiMaggio to Willie Mays and Sandy Koufax to Pedro Martinez, Randy Johnson, and Barry Bonds, including tonight. Hello, Barry. Thank you for coming. To, in recent years, Mike Trout, Aaron Judge, and Shohei Ohtani. Time has rolled on, baseball has evolved, and we're still here. And this year, we have company. For the first time ever, anybody can watch this event live thanks to Foul Territory and our broadcast partners in Japan, both of whom are streaming the goings-on. So a special hello to everybody watching in the United States, in Japan, and beyond. So let's have some fun tonight. First up is dinner. Enjoy that, and we'll get rolling with the award presentation shortly. Thank you.
Just wait. They're saying you can go in and eat if you want.
Hey, we're back. Hey, everyone. All
Ken's
right,
distracted. Ken has family, everybody.
we're also going to get to eat at some point.
I'm getting street meat,
Potentially.
dude. Don't mess with me.
You're going to go out, get street meat, and
Bring it in.
Yeah.
Think how mad they people be.
AJ's acting like he's like in the Dominican getting street food. He's going off of 50th. He's going right outside of the hotel.
I don't care.
You talking about the native New Yorker here?
Oh, right. Because he was
as a native,
born in
as a
Strong
native
Island.
New Yorker.
He told me today he was born in the Hamptons.
Oh, jeez.
Not exactly New York.
Isn't that part of New
No.
York?
It's part
He
of
also-
the state of New York.
he
yes.
also
You were
thinks
born on
he's-
Long Island, so don't claim it either.
Not the
there,
Hamptons,
Junior.
dude.
No.
He also thinks he's from Chicago. He's not.
No.
We had a real Chicago person on the other day, Michael Massey, and he was like, AJ, you don't know what you're talking about.
Dude, first of all, nobody likes deep dish, okay?
Well,
Nobody likes
hey,
deep dish.
I got no horse in the fight on that conversation.
There ain't no gluten-free, dairy-free deep
No,
dish
no,
pizza, so Scotty's
Here,
out.
For the crowd that's waiting to hear from some cool people, we did have a couple conversations just recently, okay? And we're going to run some of them for the first time. So you can expect to hear from we'll give you at least a couple before they continue with the awards. Pat Murphy, who is kind of a legend, not just in the game, but really on FT. He is one of the funniest, if not the funniest manager in baseball. He's up there.
He's
top
way up
3
there.
on the power rankings.
Yeah.
Right? That's
Yes.
fair. Yeah. So you'll hear from Pat. He
Competition's
won
not
NL
great.
Manager of the year. That is true.
The
the
competition is not
competition
great.
has dwindled.
Yes. Tino
Right?
being back helps.
That helps.
Yes.
Yep. Right. It's a little tougher to think of the guys you actually sit down for your manager meetings with and go, I'm going to get, 5-10 laughs out of this. Fair.
I gotta get it because you guys sit in there all the time on the manager's meeting. I gotta get at some point we gotta do a power ranking.
Okay.
Of personalities.
Funniest.
Funniest.
We might be insulting people though.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
What?
There's certain people that are better than other people.
Tell them to pick it up then.
Well, see, the thing is, you don't do 1 through 30. The way you do this is you just say, like, here's the five funniest
best guys.
Yeah.
And if someone complains, oh, you were 6. Because if you run 1 through 30, that's always where you get yourself in trouble.
Yeah.
Because nobody wants to be like the 26th funniest or
But
most charismatic man.
But like,
Too
if
bad.
you talk to Aaron Boone,
Yeah.
who's here,
Mm-hmm.
if you know, like, I know Aaron Boone, you know Aaron Boone, you know Aaron Boone, like, he's great.
Mm-hmm.
That might not be what he presents to the media, but if you get him in his office,
Yes.
That's what I mean. You guys
On
are
this
in-
show,
That's
he's been on
also
4 or 5
when he
times on
sang
this
and
show.
did the
He's
whole thing.
great.
And
Yeah.
Carlos Mendoza, who's here, is awesome.
Yep.
Snit, who doesn't give you anything, but if you know him, like I was there for Snit's first game and win, he's different than he is maybe even with anybody else.
Mm-hmm. So you'll hear from Murph coming up in just a moment. Okay, our conversation there, and then we'll also try and get at least one other conversation in here before we kick it back to the festivities over in the grand ballroom. They're eating right now, so we like to give full access on what's going on.
That's
here.
right.
So, like, right now, okay, they did their intros. They're going to eat for like 15-ish minutes, and then they'll rattle off speeches, presenters, the whole deal. But one other person we're going to chat with, or that we already did, and that you'll hear from is Sean Manaea. But let's start with Murph, the winner of Manager of the Year in the National League.
All right,
He
NL
said, I don't know
Manager
if
of
many-
the Year, Pat Murphy is here. Very good friend of the show, too. We appreciate you always joining us, Murph. But does it feel cool to be here now?
On the show or here?
I would say here.
Yeah, it's a great honor. It really is.
Mm-hmm. And go ahead, AJ.
No, did you have this suit because it's
Yeah.
plum? Is it plum?
I'm not sure what color, but it kind of changes with the
way the light hits you?
exactly.
And then after you get your award, does
Yeah.
it turn a different?
I got it in the late 70s, and I still go with it.
Still fits you.
Yeah.
That's the most impressive thing.
Yeah, well, there's alterations.
I didn't know if your ego swelled so much your suit wouldn't fit after you win the award.
We'll find out.
Hey, Pat, you waited a long time just to be a major league manager. When you were named Manager of the Year, what went through your mind?
Yeah, I was grateful. Really, I mean, like, you know that nobody really measures what a manager can do. There's no numbers, I guess, wins and losses in some cases, but you can't really measure what managers do or coaches do. But I wasn't in the waiting. I didn't dream about being a major league manager for my whole career. It was when I left college in 2010. That's when it became a reality. Like, okay, I'm starting over in the minor leagues. What do I have to do? So to get here and then have the good fortune of being around great people, yeah, you just feel grateful.
Who are you most proud of that's here today? Because you have a lot of guests that are supporting you, and ultimately it shows all the people that you have interacted with, affected positively in different aspects of your career.
Yeah, I mean, having my 4 kids all together when they range from 39 to 5, that's a pretty big feat just getting them together. But I've got one particular friend that's here, Graham Rossini, who's the athletic director at Arizona State now. But he started as a student for me, and we hired him as a freshman to work in the office. And then one thing led to another. He was good enough to make the team, but I told him, you might make an impact doing this. And then he just worked his way up. By the end, we kept him on after he graduated, made him the director of operations, and he did so much more. He went on to work with the Diamondbacks as the vice president. Now he's back at ASU as the AD and doing great things.
Who's the first person you called when you get the phone call? You're Manager of the Year. Who's the first person you called?
First person I called was our coach, Austin Jones of our 10U baseball, and told him I was going to be a few minutes late. That's it. That's the truth.
You coach 10U?
Yeah.
So you're out there grinding.
I'm not grinding, but I'm out there.
Have you ever? Because I know when I coach, I had to quit because people thought they were coaching against me. Right?
I've lost some games to some pretty excited people.
You're right.
Yeah.
I beat Pat Murphy. Now think when you do it, I beat the Manager of the Year in the National League.
I've witnessed that.
Do you wear your Brewers stuff, your regalia?
Never.
Arizona State regalia?
Never.
Arizona regalia?
What?
Never. I never wear a logo. There's not
You're
a
just
logo.
going to get a chain
Not
and put this
even
thing around your neck?
Even I'll give out like checks or fines for anybody that wears. Even our owner one time wore Brewers stuff on the plane, and I was like, "Were you trying to let everybody know you're the owner of the Brewers?"
You fined Antanasio?
Yeah, he knows it.
I would have seen how much that fine was, because it had to be.
It wasn't proportionate.
It had to be proportionate. I mean, come on.
Come on.
I was going to say, what do you find the owner of a team? Because if you find
we have a thing
like $500, like, okay.
We have a thing called the check game that we do amongst staff. I'm the check master. I happen to be. We've done it for 9 years. And you just can give anybody a check that steps out of line or tries to draw attention to themselves or whatever. And it's half-hearted, like there's some made-up ones probably.
He gave it to Council once for something I wrote about Council.
Whoa. Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Murph, obviously Brewers just lost a huge part of their organization, Bob Uecker. What are your memories? What stands out to you?
He's a great friend, and the privilege to get to know him, in his true element, which was in the clubhouse. Kratz, he knows, he was there for it. He's such an authentic guy. He wasn't trying to impress you with what he had done. He cared about you. He cared about all the players, whether they were up for a long time or whatever. And he's part of our fabric. It was one of the greatest parts of my job, really was. And we're going to miss him. But he's a legend.
He is a legend. What do you think is going to happen this year in terms of how the team and the franchise can honor him?
I think it'll be
big.
big.
He would want it in a unique way too, right?
He definitely would. He used to talk about, even his last year, he used to talk about, like, I'm trying to get him to do a bobblehead of a casket, and I pop up in the casket, And get up.
That's good. Great marketing.
He's just so self-deprecating, but just such a beautiful man. I think the organization has an opportunity to do something extremely special for a guy that is. There's no one more important to what this guy has meant and what he represented. He had chances to move on. He had chances to do all sorts of things, and just stayed with the Brewers through and through.
By the way, you know what you could do to really honor you? Win the World Series this year.
Yeah. Going to need your help a little bit too.
What am I going to do?
Well,
you going to hire me?
Whatever you can do.
I'll do the best.
Are you asking for a job?
I mean, if you need a catcher, I can catch probably 20 games for you this year.
They're good.
Some hits.
William will want to catch 142.
That's what I'm saying. I get the other 20 for you.
Yeah, true. It's a struggle to keep him out.
Sometimes the guys you don't hire are the best hires. Just remember that.
Kratz yet.
That's when Kratz asked me for a job. That's what I'm going to say.
That's right.
Remember, Kratz, you told me.
Remember that.
The best hires are the guys you don't hire.
Yes.
That's his line if he gets a call, right?
That's what I
Are
tell
you
him.
sure? Yes.
That's what I tell him. I don't think
Well, Murph, thank you so much for stopping by for a little bit. Again,
My pleasure.
congrats. Yes.
Thank you very much, guys.
Appreciate
Thank you for
it.
being here and doing this. Thank you.
Awesome to have
I couldn't
Murph
say it
with
to him,
us.
but he looked like Willy Wonka.
You should have. He would have loved it.
All I needed was the hat and the little cane. Can I get a golden ticket? I got a golden ticket. Now look, look at my golden ticket. Look at my golden ticket.
You do. That is the golden ticket that everyone gets for coming in. The tickets are cool.
They are cool.
Yeah.
They're
That's a
not
nice
digital,
touch.
so that's even cooler.
Right. They're not
And
digital.
it's the
yeah.
100th.
This is 100.
Annual.
That is really cool too. Yeah. So there's the year for Murph. You're looking at it on the screen right now. First Brewers manager to receive the award, which for a lot of people, they were like, wait, Craig Counsell never won? Nope. Craig Counsell never won. Murph takes over,
Harvey,
which is cool.
what was the guy, Harvey with Wallbangers?
Kane?
Yeah, he never won back in like
Nope.
82 when they went to the World Series.
Hey, guys,
Oh,
think about it. This
yeah.
is the 100th dinner. When this dinner was first held, 1926, Ruth and Gehrig were probably two of the honorees. Pretty amazing to
That
think
is
about.
wild.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tim was starting to talk about that when he was up on the stage. That is very cool. All right. So next up, we have our conversation with Sean Manaea. He's the Good Guy Award winner. Good combo. Mets fans might want to hear this. Braves fans too, because Braves fans, your Cy Young winner actually helped a Mets pitcher. Here it is. We've got Good Guy Award winner Sean Manaea with us of the New York Mets, which probably feels good to say, right?
Yes, it does.
A couple months ago, you hit the market, and now you're officially back. I think you're at FanFest, right? And
Yeah,
saw
amazing
everybody-
day.
Yeah.
That was sweet. That was a lot
Wait,
of
you
fun.
had Boris?
right?
You had Boris?
Yeah, I sure
Oh,
did.
because he came over and gave you a hug. I was like, that was weird.
Yeah. He was recruiting.
Yeah. No, I didn't say that. I
It's
just
got to
didn't
go
know.
way back, you know.
Okay.
That is
All right.
cool. All right. The question I've been excited to ask you about is,
So Chris Sale's here, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw him yet, but if you do, are you going to go up to him and be like, hey, I don't know if you heard this story. I was watching you pitch. I'll let you tell it, but it's really cool.
Yeah, I have some money that I need to give him to, compensate him for all the work he's helping with. But no, yeah, I'm definitely excited to meet him because I've just seen him from afar, but I didn't want to step on any toes or something like that. So
I'll introduce you.
Yeah, I'm definitely very excited
introduce you to him.
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Is it crazy to think that, because just tell me, you're watching him, right, during the season, and you're like, hey, I feel like I should take a couple pages out of that book.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it just kind of like a light bulb went off where I was like, I don't know, like something felt like good and comfortable, and that's something I've been searching for a long time, and like I've been watching him do it for such a long time, and I was just like, let's just try something like that, and yeah, I mean, it was one thing led to another, and here we are. So,
Sean, you said it was comfortable, but how difficult is it to make that kind of adjustment in the middle of a season? How did it come about?
I mean, to me, it didn't feel like a huge drastic difference. To me, it actually felt like everything was easier. Like I felt like before it was like I'd be like the Yankee game, the game before. I was throwing and I'd just be like, every pitch just felt like I feel like I can get more out of it. Just nothing felt right. And then since I made that switch, it's like I could care less about like the feels and stuff. It's just like I have like one thought and then just try and throw the ball as hard as I can, and just very simplified everything, which kind of unlocks something.
Do you realize that's not real? Like, do you realize like it's not easy? Everybody does that. Like, I watch somebody hit, and I'm like, I should swing like Albert Pujols. A couple good swings at BP.
Yeah.
Goes over the game. Same result.
Well,
do you realize it's not that easy?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, he's not the only person I've ever tried to emulate or try, and so I've definitely gone through iterations of Scherzer, Lincecum, like all these like greats where I'm like, oh, these guys are good. I might as well try it out. And nothing stuck until this thing.
Lincecum to Sale is like as far away as you can get. Lincecum was like straight over the top downhill. Sale's like stepping over behind you, throwing it over here.
Yeah, I mean, that was more when I was growing up, and I was like, since Pro Bowl, I've kind of tried to be my own person, but there's greats for the reason,
I told this story real quick one time on the show, but in 2015, you were in spring training with the Royals.
Yep.
I was there, and I remember watching you. You know how you were kind of like with the younger guys, so all the good pitchers pitched first, and then you went out and pitched, and then the next day that you threw a pen, you were with like some of the big dogs.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember telling our Cody Clark, our bullpen catcher at the time, I said, do you see how much farther that guy is? Because you all threw at the same time on the 8-pack. And your hand was that much farther out in front of everybody else's. He was like, yeah, that guy was a pretty high pick. I think he's going to be good. I'm like, yeah, I can tell.
That's awesome. Yeah, I go back to those days. It's really cool seeing how far I've come since those times. So.
And you barely got terrible paycheck this offseason, right?
Oh man.
No, we very excited about that.
And you get to go back to New York.
Yeah,
we had unbelievable success.
Yeah, very excited about that. Love the city, love the organization. So I'm just super happy to be back here.
When you went into free agency, Sean, how did you approach it? Was that the priority to get back to New York Mets?
Yeah, I think like talks and everything like that, they just kind of everything lined up with coming back to New York. Obviously, last year was great, and I think just everything that was on the table, it was just kind of like a no-brainer for us. So, once we hammered out all the like little details, it just kind of made a lot of sense. So, at the end of the day, it was a pretty easy decision, I would say.
Good for you.
What are you most excited about to go back? Like actually getting to go back?
Working with Hef and the rest of the pitching staff and the analytics department, I feel like we got like a very good system going on. Towards the end of the season, it was like, I'd pitch, I'd go in, I'd ask everyone how like my stuff looked, and then, from that, it would just be kind of like, all right, is there anything like I needed to work on like objectively going into this next start? And then, kind of hammer that out in the like bullpen that week or something like that, and then just kind of build off that, so just like the system that we had, I feel like we can, just keep improving upon that, and then it's just nice to be back with a group of people that you've known and grown accustomed to.
We got to ask, will OMG be back next year? You guys carry it over to the next year?
I as much as I love it, I know the fans love it. I think there's a time and place, and 2024 is. I hope we have some kind of like remembrance of it. But yeah, maybe Grimace comes out and dances to it or something like that. But maybe we have another chant or another song or something like that. That'd be really cool.
Or the eye black with the pictures. All like you guys had a lot of gimmicks.
You guys had a lot of skits.
A lot of gimmicks.
A lot of skits.
Like you forget.
As you guys are well aware, the baseball community is very superstitious, and in those times when they're needed, it makes a lot of sense. So, we had Sevy like wearing 59 like through the airport one time, and I was like, that's dedication, So it was like it's super funny. So.
One more quick one, because you got to ask this, I'm sure, a million times today. Pete, coming back?
I genuinely hope so, but
ask Scott. Scott was just here. Let's ask Scott.
Yeah,
Scott.
Text Pete?
I work out with him. I see him every day, so.
But did you text him?
About
because it's a big thing in New York, like texting.
Yeah. So you got to change his number.
So you've talked to Pete about it.
You're with him every day in Tampa, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We work out. I just want whatever's best for Pete, and so at the end of the day.
Have you talked to Soda?
I have not yet, but hopefully. Yeah.
Will he sign your 1,000th baseball, your 1,000th strikeout? Since you punched his ticket on it.
I hope so. That'd be cool. I don't know what that conversation's like. Is that an awkward conversation?
No. If you came up to me and punched me out, I'd be like,
yeah, I would sign like your
honored about that.
500th career home run or something like that.
Right. Who are you looking at? 500 home runs. I had Brandon Belt sign my first big league strikeout. I struck him out, and he signed it for me. So you need to get Juan to sign.
That's sweet.
And you tell him I'm the good guy award winner, so that helps. But Sean, great to have you here.
Thank you so much, guys. Love what you guys do. So
that was fun, and that makes sense. Good guy award winner, right? That plays. Sean Manaea wins it. Obviously, he's pumped to be back with the Mets. It's a cool week to catch him too.
I need Ken to say that middle name for me.
No. That's a slash.
2 names.
And Dan Castellano. Yeah.
I was like, dang.
Yeah, that's a slash.
You thought it was an I, but
that's a heck of a name.
Yeah. There you go. AJ working the full screen graphics tonight. But let's go to our next conversation that we had just before. Stephen Vogt, AL Manager of the Year. We've got American League Manager of the Year, Stephen Vogt, with us, manager of the Cleveland Guardians. Voter, thanks for coming over here and saying hello to us. And also, congratulations, of course. Do you feel like you run into a lot of people that want you to be like still the fun-loving player, and you're like, hey, I'm a manager now?
I'm the same person. So you just have to hold it together for longer periods of time. But no, this is an awesome night. It's fun to be here, and obviously honored to have won the award. And I'm just excited for a great night and to get rolling here in a couple weeks.
Mm-hmm. Love it.
Did it change anything? Did your life change?
Not really.
Not really?
I mean, it's a really cool award, and I feel really honored to get it. And it's more of like an organizational award. I think, when you're a player and you earn, say an all-star or, something like that, it's like I went out and did it. Like I had to go play. I had to do it as a manager. This is a byproduct of the way your players play, coaches coach, organization does things. And so I really do feel like this is a tip of the cap for the whole Cleveland organization, not just for myself. And, that it's a very different feeling being the manager rather than a player winning that award.
Stephen, obviously, when you get to be named manager of the Cleveland Guardians, you're not thinking about becoming manager of the year. When was the first time it hit you that this award might be a possibility?
Well, for anybody who knows our bench coach, associate manager now, Craig Albernaz, he was telling me all year long, joking with me, well, when you're manager of the year, you can do whatever you want, evidently, so it was kind of people were talking about it. But I, to be honest, I didn't think about it really until this World Series was over and the awards started to come up. And then when I saw I was a nominee, I was like, oh, it'd be really cool if I could win that. But, you don't think about that while you're going through the year. You're just trying to keep your head down, keep the guys rolling. And we were fortunate enough to have a really good season.
What was the toughest part of keeping your head down? What was the toughest part? When we talked, you were on the show earlier this year, we talked about how you were kind of preparing to hopefully be a coach, manager someday, maybe a GM, who knows. But what was the toughest part?
I think the toughest part was just navigating each day. You go through a season as a player. When you get to the field, you know what you need to do in order to go be ready for the game. And then you go home at night, you go through your day, you do like the 2 or 3 checklists. Okay, I need to work on this hitting, this is my lift tomorrow. I know what I'm going to do. And then you just go to bed. as a manager, you got 70 people that you go through the checklist right before you go to bed, and throughout the day, every single time somebody comes into the office, those are the most important 5 minutes of the day. So it's just the toughest part is being on and being there and navigating each day, and then you get to just go watch baseball, and it's the best.
So when you go to spring training, because you're going in like 2 weeks, are you walking in with this trophy above your head and saying nobody talked to me unless spoken to because I have this award?
Well, if I apologize, because if you want MOY plates in Washington State, they're gone. I got new lights. You got to flex somehow. No, I'm just kidding. But no, this is a really cool accolade. I'm super honored, but it's over. That was last year, so we got to look forward to 2025, and we've got a job to do.
Okay.
Yeah, love that.
Well, I want to know, can you do it again?
No, he can't repeat. He cannot repeat. He's the only one here that can't repeat.
No, I'm not talking about for manager of the year. No, I'm talking about as someone that is a fan of a team in the division. Can the Guardians do it again? I mean, White Sox are.
I think we can. I think obviously we made some changes and we've got some new personnel coming in, and anytime you lose someone like Andres Gimenez and Josh Naylor, they're tough guys to replace. But with Carlos Santana coming in, we feel like we've got a veteran first baseman that's going to be a good leader in that clubhouse, and we have a number of guys to play second base, and we bolstered our starting pitching, which is something that we really needed to do. And I feel really good about it. And like I tell our guys, if you show up to Goodyear expecting anything other than to win the World Series, don't bother coming. That's our goal every single year. And if we win the division in order on our way to do that, that's great. But for us, it's about winning the World Series, and that's why we're going to show up.
When you guys brought on Carlos Santana, did you send him a text like, thanks, man. Thanks for making me feel young?
Yeah. Well, we had Carlos Carrasco last year, which made me feel very young still. So,
right.
And then Alex Cobb, who was my first teammate in pro ball that I met, was pitching for us. So I always want to keep one old guy around to make sure I'm like, oh, yeah, remember, guys, I played too? Yeah. That way I don't have to talk about it.
Travis Bazzana just named one of the top 10 prospects in the game. What do you know about him? How much are you looking forward to seeing him?
Yeah, I'm excited to watch him play. I met him around draft time. We brought him in for the physical and things like that. So I got a chance to chat with Travis. And Travis is one of many very, very good prospects that we have in our organization. And anytime you're the 1-1 pick, there's a lot of hype around you. But Travis he's the kind of kid that can handle it, and he wants the challenge. He is so hungry to get better and so hungry to learn. So I'm really excited to interact with him a little bit in Goodyear.
Mandy Bell was on our show just the other day, and she said, well, the way that the front office has always done it is they kind of hide these prospects. So they hide them from Stephen Vogt. All you got to do is give a ring, maybe FaceTime with Antonetti or somebody and be like, hey, I'm manager of the year. Can we get Bazzana? Can we get him in big league camp as a big league camp invite? He's not there yet.
Yeah.
Hook the guy up.
If I made those decisions, I do have influence, but that's the thing too, is like, we don't want to put Travis into a position that is going to make him feel uncomfortable. We're going to see a lot of him at spring training. He's going to come over as a backup. He's going to come over in depth camps or those kind of things. But, for all of our minor league guys, we want to see as many of them as possible. And our front office does a great job. Our minor league coordinators, Johnny McDonald, does a great job of bringing us players that we get to see and watch play and work. And I'm excited to see a number of our minor league players.
So you're saying he's not going to make the team?
It's too early, AJ.
What happens if he goes out and hits like 5 bombs?
There's going to be some good discussions.
He's going to talk. I mean, you need homers. Everybody loves homers.
They're great.
So get Big Christmas in the lineup a little bit more.
We haven't even started yet.
I think he did the lineup just fine last year.
Hey, thank you, Ken.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ken.
Don't do that. Don't do that, Ken.
This is why we do this, though. You sit here for manager of the year, and you've got these two telling you, well, I loved everything, except can you do this?
I would have done this differently.
If there's anything I've learned, it's so easy to hit when you're managing, and it's even easier to manage when you don't have to. So
Yes. We're really good at spending money for
absolutely.
teams. That's our specialty.
That's my favorite thing. Spending other people's money is the best.
Yes. We'll sign this guy.
We spent over $2 billion
this offseason. Yeah.
This offseason.
Most of it's deferred, but anyway. Voter, awesome to have you, man. Congrats again, and we'll see you obviously in spring training too.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah,
good to see you.
Appreciate you. There we go. Stephen Vogt, AL Manager of the Year. How do you do, Kratz?
He did great. Better during the season. Kind of a mid-interview. He doesn't want to be here.
What?
It's sad.
I think he was nervous.
He's not nervous. I just don't think he wants to be here.
No, I think because they sit next to me, I can sense their heartbeat.
Oh,
Mm.
Mike Maddox style.
Yeah, I didn't want to go quite all full
Put
Mike
your
Maddox.
hand on his
but-
shoulder and
You saying because he's near the foul territory stars?
No,
You
no,
and
no,
Ken?
because I just think this is out of people's comfort zone.
Suits.
Suits, the whole
That part I
penguin
get.
suit,
I feel weird now. I know
I
I
do
did
too.
suits a lot in
The
my
penguin
life, but
suit.
I don't like it.
and the bow tie, the whole deal, and then he's got to go up there and give a speech. And I know there's not a ton of him.
There's a lot of people.
No,
yeah.
there are many. I don't know
I'm saying
what
a
the
few
exact
hundred,
number.
but I'm
is. A few. I think it's what is it? 700?
1,000.
1,000?
It's
I
in
thought
that
it was,
range.
I thought it was getting up to 1,000, but
Close to
Yeah.
1,000 people. That's a
that's
lot.
out of people's comfort zone to get
Yeah.
up there and have to talk.
This isn't talking to your team of whatever,
No.
whoever many's in the room.
Right.
30 people ish in the room. This is
People
different.
expect you to entertain them.
Yes. Speaking of which, while we have a few moments, and then obviously we'll get back once people are done with their salads and all that stuff. Ken, I don't know if you saw Pete Alonso chants at the Mets Fest or whatever they call it. We've been busy today. Whatever they call it. Obviously, there was some lines from Steve Cohen and then a response from Scott Boras. Would you like to give me your take on all of that?
It was a very interesting afternoon at the Mets Fest. So when Steve Cohen, David Stearns, Carlos Mendoza were sitting there answering questions, the fans were chanting, "We want Pete, Pete Alonso, Pete Alonso." And Cohen basically said, "Hold on 1 minute." And then he addressed the negotiations. And he said, "I'm not happy with the way these negotiations are going. I'm not happy with the structure that's been presented." And it seems what he was referring to was the structure that Scott Boras, Pete Alonso's agent, took with the free agents that lingered on the market last year. Short-term, high average annual value, opt-outs. Now that, in some people's estimation, is one-sided toward the player. The player is the only one with the flexibility in that deal. The club does not have flexibility. Scott Boras' argument probably would be, and it was actually, Will Salmon of The Athletic quoted him as saying this, "These are the standards and practices for deals of this nature. This is the way it is." And it was for those 4 guys last year. None of them had major deferrals.
Mm-hmm.
The Mets apparently are asking Alonso to defer some money, and for whatever reason, this negotiation has gone a little bit sideways. Now, my question from the beginning, I said this on the show the other day, was how much do the Mets really want Pete Alonso? That really is the question, because if they wanted Pete Alonso, in my opinion, this would be done.
100%.
Yes.
Do you think David Stearns is going to be like, "Oh no, I don't want to spend an extra $10 million"? No, he would do it if Cohen and Stearns were said, "We want Pete Alonso," he'd be a Met. That's why this is such a fascinating. This is the most fascinating negotiation for me the whole offseason.
Oh, no doubt.
They want him only at their price, and their price, we saw what their offer was, $68 to $70 million over 3 years. That to me was an offer they knew Pete Alonso would refuse, and that told me everything you need to know about where he stands in their eyes. Now, granted, it was probably negotiable, and it could have gone up a little bit, but that offer to me, he was never going to take that. So the question now is, what are Alonso's other options? Does he want to go to Toronto if indeed Toronto is an option, as it appears to be? Does he want to go somewhere else? Maybe the Los Angeles Angels would get involved, though I've heard they're not involved. So if his options are dwindling, then it becomes a question of what is he going to take? How does he get back on the market next year if that's what he wants to do? And it's just a really difficult situation that, frankly, guys, you could have seen coming.
Mm-hmm. I think we did all year.
Yeah.
I mean, we talked about this. It wasn't just going to be this easy, massive contract for Pete Alonso based on so many factors. And I think, Ken, it goes beyond, his profile as a first baseman, which obviously does not get the same love as many other positions, the age, the righty bat first baseman, right? But to me, there's another level to this. Steve Cohen hires David Stearns. That had been talked about for a while. He wants to let him run the ship.
Right.
Right?
Soto was the big bauble. And
Mhm.
Soto was the guy, because of his youth, that the Mets and Cohen were willing to extend for. But Cohen is not going to simply trample Stearns at every opportunity. And I don't even know that he trampled him in that opportunity. Stearns likes younger players, like all general managers. So here's Alonso. He's entering his 30s. He's not the most athletic guy. He's not the greatest defender. He's accomplished a lot in New York where a lot of other players have not. But again, he just does not seem to be David Stearns' type. That is the issue.
Yeah, he wants to put his stamp on this team. Also, it's one thing if the Mets had a crappy year. They had an awesome year last year.
And he hit a huge home run
Pete did, but David
Yeah.
Stearns obviously made a lot of brilliant moves last offseason that led to a very successful, underrated, we didn't see this coming, most of us, for the Mets.
But
So
they
then
still need another bat.
they do need another bat.
Yes.
But David Stearns loves defense. That's where things get complicated.
No doubt. No doubt.
He's a
And
fan favorite too.
Well, that's why
the big
it got
thing.
interesting today
That's why.
at
That's what I'm saying. It's
FanFest.
such an
They're
interesting
chanting.
thing. That's why it's the most
Bring back
interesting
Pete.
negotiation
Yes.
because what the fans want him,
Yeah.
and so the Cohen and Stearns are basically saying we don't want him that much. If only Scott Boras was here.
Bregman's interesting too.
Oh,
He is in the building.
He's here.
Yes.
oh, he's here.
Right. Bregman, we got some
Bregman
news
is
today.
interesting too, and they had their fan fest as well today. Their fans want Alex Bregman back, and the Astros are trying. I don't know how far it's going to get, but if I had to bet right now, I would bet the Astros in this negotiation. Even though they've made their offer, it was 6 years, $156 million. Jim Crane offered that to Bregman, but if they come up a little bit and he doesn't really have anything that he likes as much, now he supposedly has long offers along those lines, but again, it's where do you want to play? And if Alex Bregman goes back, apparently he'd play third. They'd move Paredes to second, and Jose Altuve would play left. That's interesting.
Now that gets crazy too.
Altuve said today, I will do this for Alex Bregman. I want Alex Bregman on my team. And from that perspective, that was, I thought, a really cool statement. Altuve's days as a great defensive second baseman are long gone. But at the same time, position change, he's a prominent player, Hall of Fame track. I thought that was an impressive statement.
Left field?
by him. Left field.
They need an outfielder. That would be their outfielder.
Do you think that we were talking about this on Friday? Neither of you were on. So they said, and by they, I mean you and Todd, I think, agreed,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Go ahead. You say it.
You think he can get out there and do it?
I think he can do it.
Versus who?
Alvarez?
Versus Paredes going out.
He was like, put Paredes out there.
Paredes is 9 years younger. If you're learning a position, and I get
I'm going to
it,
say this: Altuve's defense, as Ken said, that has kind of fallen off a cliff. Remember, he got the yips for a while. He couldn't throw the ball to first
he had the
base.
yips already in 16 when I played with him. He kept it curtailed, and it was only on certain plays. Like if you watch all of his yippy throws, it's all the same type of play when he can't keep his feet moving in the right direction.
Now, Erik, I should say Joe Espada, the manager of the Astros, ruled out Paredes in the outfield today. My question is, if Bregman is willing to play second base as he is for the Red Sox, why not put Bregman at second base, Paredes at third? Paredes' range is limited. You're a better defensive team in that scenario, but they seem to be saying that Bregman is going to play third, Paredes second, Altuve left. Very interesting.
We put Mike Moustakas in 2018 at second base, Travis Shaw at second base. But what did we have differently in 2018 that we don't have now?
Shifts.
Shift. And you can make those changes a lot easier when you have the shift. We had Orlando Arcia play more of that range. And so essentially he was playing like a right field when those guys were out there. Paredes played, I think, 52 or 55 games at second base already. But that was just when they were trying. That was probably for like 4 or 5 innings until the Rays made their switches and they brought in a right-handed pitcher, and then he moved back when they had more of a left-handed lineup, and he stayed in the lineup. So I just feel like because he's 9 years younger, you want all three of them in the lineup. That's why you're trying to make these changes. And
but
I just think you need to try to you got to try to see what that looks like. But
who
if
would
Joe
solve
said that
all this?
today, then
You know who would have solved all this for the Astros?
Kyle Tucker.
Nolan Arenado.
Mm.
Remember, Nolan Arenado was going there, and
Well,
then they
he said not yet. So maybe he still.
But Arenado, no, but not.
Yeah.
But Nolan,
Way
they
too
had
late.
a trade for Nolan
Oh,
Arenado.
wait.
There would have been no Paredes, and Arenado said no. So they said, well, we can get for Tucker,
right.
we can get Paredes to come play third because we don't know about Bregman. So it's just a trickle down effect.
I
And also-
kind of like them, though. If they end up with Christian Walker, Paredes, Bregman, that's pretty good. It's a pretty good offseason.
Because Tucker is a star.
Tucker's a huge star.
And when you get to replace him with, first base was a mess for the Astros
Yes.
last year and really for the past couple of years.
Mhm.
It's a massive upgrade. That's the difference maker for me is if you add that one more bat. Now you're looking from last year's team to this year's team and you're like, yeah, this might be a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, Tucker's a big loss, obviously, but we're talking about others that will come in and pick up some of that slack, if not all of it.
Yeah, they have pitchers, right, that we saw last year that fared really well. Fromber obviously is hitting his free agent year. Hunter Brown was really good down the stretch for Houston.
Eric Eddy was good the second half.
Eric
last
Eddy
year.
was
Yeah,
good.
but what do all those dudes do? Sinkers. some of the highest ground ball
Mm.
pitchers in the game. You can't ask them.
Well, Fromber's pitching. I want Alex Bregman at third base.
Right.
That's
Right.
it.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, you have to make sure your defense is still good. You have a right-handed heavy lineup that mashes in that park, but you still gotta pick the ball because they're not 200 strikeout a year guys.
Mm-hmm.
This wasn't the biggest news, but it is news, and I wanted to mention it because we did learn this today. Luis Garcia had a setback that we learned about from September, so he's not going to be ready for the start of the season. And then Lance McCullers, who unfortunately has not been able to get on the field for years now. We spoke to him last spring training, I think it was. But, I mean, especially Garcia, he was a really good pitcher for them
Yes, he
recently,
was.
and we thought he was going to be back opening day here. So they'll get by, but I don't know. I just start to get concerned with Astros guys going
It's a lot
down
of
with these
change.
injuries. Yeah, but also we don't see them pop up for a while. Like, they're not the most straightforward always and open about the injuries
no.
for these guys. They're known for that. Chandler Rome talks about that all the time. So, even Christian Javier, there's just a lot of guys that we've known in the Astros rotation for a while where we don't know when they're coming back. And they're going to get hit with injuries just like everyone else. And they do not, as far as I know, have the deepest farm system either with starting pitching
the
talent.
farm system is very thin.
Yeah, so Astros fans were pissed today when they heard about that. Again, McCullers, it's been a whole deal where it just sounds like it's chronic and all
I hate
that.
to say that.
I know. Hey, it sucks because he was damn good when he was
very
pitching.
good.
Even what was it, the White Sox series? I think was the last time he pitched in that playoff ALDS. I'm pretty sure that was the last. And he was their number one starter, and he was money. And then he didn't pitch the next round, and I don't think we've seen him since. So
That was 21.
I was 21.
Had the whole
2021.
blackout.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Kane,
Oh,
the Kane guy. Remember the Kane guy?
That playoff series in Chicago was awesome.
was electric.
It was awesome.
Mhm.
But anyway, so you're looking at, Valdez, Hunter Brown, Ronel Blanco, Spencer Arrighetti, Hayden Wisniewski, who was acquired in that Kyle Tucker deal, but really hasn't established himself yet as a starter. So anyway, that is a hit. I'm just saying the AL West is,
No doubt.
obviously going to be a little more interesting, even though the Mariners continue to just sit around. But the A's got better.
One thing also to watch in the coming weeks here, you talk about the Mariners.
Yeah.
They're still talking about Castillo. The Padres are still talking about Cease. And I don't know how this shakes out, and I don't know where the Padres are going. They've just lose Profar, who was a big part of that team. But besides the starting pitchers who are still available, Flaherty, Pivetta, etc., you have those guys out there that teams are looking at and evaluating and thinking about, all right, what's the price in a trade versus the price of a free agent? Which pitcher do we like better? There's a lot going on still, even though it's, late January already. So could be a couple of interesting weeks before spring training.
That's because a lot of teams haven't done anything yet. They're gonna do something,
And they
some of
need to
those
do
teams.
something.
Yeah, they're waiting for
Listen,
prices.
AJ Preller's not afraid to make late season.
Oh,
No,
I know,
it's
but
not
something's
I remember
going
when I was
on
on the
there.
Braves,
Ready.
he traded Kimbrel. He got traded for Kimbrel and Upton late.
Cease last year,
Cease,
Arise during the
yeah.
season. Yeah.
Yeah, but something's going on there when obviously San Diego doesn't bring back Profar, but the Cease thing we've talked about a lot on our show. I don't know if we've gone over it that much with you, Ken. It's not like he's making $30 million this year.
Right.
He's making, I think it's 13 and change, and he could be a top 5 Cy Young guy coming into this season. To me, that's the difference maker with San Diego. I'm like, if they trade him, what's the plan this year?
Well, and also, if they trade him, their rotation beyond him, Darvish, and Michael King is awfully thin as it is. So that's the question. Where is San Diego going? Are they taking a step backward this year? What are they doing? And, of course, their ownership question hovers over the whole thing, with Peter Seidler's widow suing Peter Seidler's brothers for control of the team. And that's something that is not inconsequential. No matter how much the Padres might try to tell us it's business as usual, no way. It's not business as usual. If Peter Seidler was still running the team, it would not be like this. It would be different. They might be cutting payroll. They might be doing some things, but they'd be aggressive. This way is not what
It's a shame. For me, it's a shame.
Real shame.
Because that place is unbelievable.
Rocking.
And if they're the only team in town, they got the fans 100% behind them. They were so close to beating the Dodgers last year. And now they have to take another step back after taking what people thought was a step back last year.
Yeah, their payroll actually is up from last year because of some raises. Cease and, of course, Arise wasn't really part of the payroll for the full year last year. But they clearly are not being all that aggressive. Now, one team we haven't talked about in this regard, and we should. I couldn't ask Pat Murphy about this because it's not his situation or not his decision.
Matt Arnold's here, though. You can
He
ask
is.
him.
Well, actually, it's not even Matt Arnold's decision. He's the GM. The Milwaukee Brewers have the same payroll projected as last year. They went to the playoffs. They had a pretty good year. They've traded their closer, Devin Williams. What are we doing? And that's a team that I don't believe is going to spend much more, if anything. And they brought in, granted, Nestor Cortez Jr. and Chad Durbin for Devin Williams. But my gosh, you've lost Devin Williams.
They also lost their shortstop.
Yes,
Willie
Willie
Adames.
Adames, of course.
Huge loss.
Of course.
That's a big loss.
Yeah.
So
Huge loss.
I know they have Joey Ortiz and they've got great infielders, Bryce Terang, but man,
Yeah, but you can't make up his offense.
no, you can't.
And his presence.
And his
I'm
presence.
sorry, his
Absolutely.
presence, too,
So
matters.
that's a team that, in my view, is not taking enough heat.
Do you think they're kind of testing how bad the division could be and how they even last year, like they're
Dangerous
not
way to
doing
go,
a ton.
man.
I agree,
And I don't think they work that way.
but
Maybe I'm
I mean,
homering there.
spoke
But
to someone else here, Brewers wise, and they're like, we don't do much. People think we're going to be bad, and then we're good.
That's always the case. That's true. And last year, myself included, I was like, these guys, no Counsell, no Corbin Burns,
no Devin Williams
no,
most of the year.
no Devin
for
Williams,
the
no
first
Christian
half.
Yelich, as it turns out, from a lot of the year. And look what they did.
They
So-
blew away the division.
So certainly, yes, they can look at that, but it catches up with you, man.
It's got to.
It's
Even
no
the
way to
Rays,
go.
we said that about forever. They've had down
Yep,
years.
yep.
It's got to catch up to you at some
It-
point.
it's
Brewers
different though.
It
It's
hasn't-
different.
No, it
It's-
hasn't bitten
It's
them
the
yet.
division. I'm telling
True,
you,
it
it's the
is
division.
true.
The
It makes a
Cardinals are
huge
taking a
difference.
step back. The Pirates aren't doing anything as usual. The
Cubs
Cubs should
are,
be better,
And the Reds should
Yep.
be better.
and the Rebs should be better. Yes, but it's not like we're looking at either of those teams going, "Oh, they're going to be
They're
100
the
win
Dodgers. They're the
powerhouses."
Dodgers.
Right.
Yeah,
No chance.
and the Brewers have a good farm system. That's what's changed. I think there was a long period of time where there wasn't a lot coming up for them, and nowadays there is.
I think the guys they had for a long period of time, the guys they had, they just send them up there and they put them in a good situation. It wasn't a good farm system. Now they're actually having dudes come up. When you have Churio coming up, when you have the catcher Kiro coming up, you have different guys.
Mizurowski,
The dude with the
flamethrower.
elite arm. I knew
Yeah.
it was a ski. Knew it wasn't
Them
Pierzynski.
skis are good.
But just saying, I mean, I feel like it's not jaded, but they kind of look around and they're like, well, this seems to keep working for us. But
Well,
I
that's
get what you're
true.
saying.
That's
You know,
true.
and they did sign Reese Hoskins last year. He was okay for them.
And that was a fairly late signing.
Yeah.
See, that's what I feel like they always kind of hit on, like some type of late. I had Bregman going there if he goes with a 1-year deal. Now, obviously, all this stuff was
Right,
months
now.
ago, but
Eric, I want to see it. I want to see it because to me, it's almost a violation of the fans' trust when you have a season the way they did, you draw the way you do, and then, we're good, guys. Again, you can do it for so long. And maybe I'm wrong, and maybe they do it again, and I'm sitting here eating crow the way I was last year. But it just seems to me, man, they should be doing at least something.
Mm-hmm.
And they really have not done much at all, if anything.
do you think, you're talking about the pitchers, do you think those trades are holding up the free agents? We just had Jack Flaherty on. Jack was very boisterous vocal about his displeasure of how it's going on, what's going on. Who's holding who up?
That's a great question, Eric, and I don't know the answer. I do believe that what we see from teams, their behavior, and this is true for the bullpen market too, the longer they wait, the better leverage they have. And that's the game they're playing. And people ask, well, is that collusion? It's not collusion, but they all think alike.
Mm-hmm.
So they're all doing the same thing. And you talk about the Mets and Alonso and the Astros and Bregman. Let's wait. And then obviously the scales of leverage shift and perhaps the clubs get a better deal. Now, that's just the way the game is. And front offices have gotten a lot more shrewd over the years and more efficient in their thinking. It's kind of annoying from an outside perspective, and it's certainly annoying from the player's perspective. But that seems to me what is going on here. It's a waiting game, and they're saying, we'll keep waiting, and you'll drop your price.
And it's bad for business, but front offices don't care. I always
Don't
remind
care.
people. It's not their job
They
to
just
sell
want
tickets.
They want the good deal. They want to
Yeah.
be able to go to the owner and say, look, I got a great deal on this
I
guy.
got a great deal, and they want to win more games.
Yeah.
Nothing else matters.
Look at
in that case.
Santander, all that deferred money. And
Were you surprised when you saw that?
Yes, I was surprised. But that was a product of waiting him out. The Jays knew he wanted to be there, and eventually they got to a price where they were comfortable.
Was that the only offer he had?
I don't know. I don't know that age.
Because why would he?
It's the best offer, evidently.
I mean,
Yeah.
Massive deferrals.
no, I
Yeah.
saw that, but it's crazy to me because he said the Blue Jays knew he wanted to be there.
Well,
Right.
think
Well,
about it.
that's
I mean, he signed, what, a
strange.
week ago ish? It's mid-January. If a team that is aggressive really wanted him, they would have done it already.
Now, there are times, I should say this, where players want deferrals for a variety of reasons.
Mhm.
And it's kind of hard to explain, and each case is different. But that might be part of it here. But at the same time, in a perfect world, come on, he wants the upfront money. Everybody does.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Last one real quick, an Astros topic we didn't get to, but it sounds like Ryan Presley's kind of waiting, and we should have
Sounds
an
like
answer
that's
soon.
going to happen. Yeah.
You think he'll go to the Cubs?
To the
I
Cubs,
do.
Yeah,
Yes.
he should. He'll be the man there.
he'll be the closer, right?
Yeah.
And
Free agent year. Yeah.
he was not happy when they brought in Hader over him. And you can understand where he's coming from, right? This guy's had an amazing postseason record for them. He's been tremendous. We know Josh Hader is Josh Hader, but any player, I don't need to tell you guys, there's pride. And his pride was wounded. And now, yes, he can go back and be Ryan Presley back of the game for the Cubs.
Yeah, it's cool. I know. I think Chandler even told us the other day Detroit might have been involved, but
Yes.
however, whether there was a worse offer or he doesn't want to go there, he's got full no trade, so he can
Right.
decide where he wants to go.
And there's a tax problem that he's having, or at least a tax issue that might be holding this up a little bit because no state taxes
Oh,
in
yeah.
Texas, state taxes in Chicago, and generally players want that evened out when they're waiving a no trade.
And that's fair.
Very fair.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's
They
the
sign
whole
under
point.
one
And that stuff's
condition.
normal, though. That
That's
happens,
normal.
right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, cool. All right, well, there are all your updates from today. Yeah, there was actually a lot of news just based on those fan fests. And the last thing I'll say is I will give credit to the Astros and the Mets for providing some transparency to fans.
Yeah.
You know, they're there obviously to please the fans, entertain them at these things, also sell tickets. And you can't just sit there. Some do in other fan fests. We've seen it where they just give you a cookie cutter answer. Those were like real news bites today
Yes.
from both sides. So
Or some teams even really skip out.
right, they don't
even
have
one
them.
fan
Yes,
fest,
which is another
which
thing that needs
kills
to
me.
change.
Kills
Yes, yeah, we used to have them basically for all 30.
Yes.
Right.
I think
Yeah.
so. Yeah.
Now, you don't always have executives standing up there answering questions, but yes, they used to be much more common.
That's very cool. All right, so we're going to get ourselves back to the grand ballroom. We're going to keep things rolling with the awards. If you're just joining us, you're going to see and hear from Scooble, Skenes, Chriselle, etc. MC Tim Healy running the show over up on the stage.
Thank you to Erik Caval, Bradley Santana, Kristen Wedland, Erik Altano, Emma Angela Nira, and Jesse Hutchinson for that video as well as the highlight reel from earlier. Honestly, I got goosebumps at the second one, so thank you guys very much. As we get the ball rolling, hello again. My name is Tim, and I am your MC tonight. I am a Mets reporter for Newsday here in New York. And thank you, Newsday, yes. And the chairman of the New York chapter of the Baseball Writers Association of America. So here I am. Off the top, I wanted to acknowledge two things. First is that, yes, we are holding this event in a hotel that is in New York City's new congestion tolling zone. So it's a little more expensive for everybody to get here. I'm sorry, but please direct all complaints to the governor. I also want to acknowledge on a more serious note that we are missing a couple of famous faces up here tonight. Unfortunately, Shohei Ohtani was a late scratch for Carolina because of personal reasons relating to the fires in Los Angeles. He can't be here with us in person. We will hear from him a little later, however. In the meantime, on to the awards. First up as a presenter is someone whose distinct voice will be heard a whole lot in New York in 2025 and beyond. To introduce the winners of the William J. Slocum Jack Lang Award for long and meritorious service, please welcome the new radio voice of the Yankees, Dave Sims.
Hi, everybody. Pleasure to be here. Thank you. Thank you very much. This is a great honor for me to be a presenter this evening. Two people I've known for a very long time and who are very dear friends. And they have put together a run of some great times with the Yankees, championship years, years that maybe just missed. And to bring them up here means a great deal for me in front of you on the 100th anniversary of this great event. Susan Waldman and John Sterling, you are our award winner tonight. Congratulations from the bottom of my heart and the hearts of everybody who's a baseball fan in New York City.
Come on, Johnny. Just to show you how far we've come as an industry, Jack Lang, the late Jack Lang, 35 years ago, almost to the day, got a policeman and had me physically removed from the dais room. I think the term radio girl was used at that time. So the irony of this award is not lost on me. Probably not on Jack either, but we've come a long way, baby. Thank you for this award for the baseball writers. It really means a lot to us. There are a couple of people before I bring up John that I want to thank, and you're going to be a little surprised about it. Not long after Mr. Lang removed me from the dais room, WFAN decided to fire all the women off the station. And it happened in a press box in Cleveland, in the old stadium. And unbeknownst to me, the Hall of Fame writer for the Daily News, Bill Madden, picked up the phone and called his friend, Bob Raceman, who is the television and radio critic. And if anybody tells Bob Raceman that I'm thanking him, I'm going to deny it. So it's just between us. And Bill said to Bob, this girl works really hard. I don't really know her, but do something for her. And he did. For weeks, every time he wrote a column, there was a little sentence in it about merit and knowledge and how that should count for something and not gender. And years later, it was Bill Madden and this guy right here who went to George Steinbrenner and said, go ahead, put a woman in the booth where nobody wants her. It'll be great, right in the middle of New York City. So thank you to Bill Madden, and thank you to my partner of 20 years, the one and only John Sterling.
Well, thank you, Susan. You know, this award that I don't deserve is a long and meritorious award for my lifetime contributions to baseball. Well, actually, I should be giving baseball the award. When I was a kid, 7 years old, I knew what I was going to do. I was going on the air. I never dreamt I would get the Yankee job, and I had a pretty good career going when in 1989, out of the blue, I got the Yankee job. By far the luckiest thing that ever happened to me. And here it is 36 years later. 20 years with Susan Waldman, a woman who I obviously love and admire. Here's another date, February 1st, 1960. Whoa. Were any of you born then? That's my first day on the air. And when February 1st comes up in a few days, it'll be 65 years on the air. Doing keep balls, please. Doing something that I've wanted to do all my life. How lucky am I? Thank you, baseball, for the award. Thank you, everyone, for being here. And God bless you all.
Thank you, John and Susan. Throughout the evening, I'll be pointing out and shouting out various luminaries from the baseball community and others in the crowd. First up, at table 33, we have Mo Resner and his guests. It must be them over there. Mo is at this dinner for an unbelievable 55th time, which is absolutely wild. Extremely impressive commitment, so thank you, Mo, for coming once again. I'd also like to say hello to Dr. Jeff Silber, along with the doctors, parents, and others who once again have brought a group of very special children to this event on that end of the room. They're at tables 24, 25, and 48. Thank you all for being here. I hope you're enjoying the evening. And it's his birthday! Happy birthday! I'm really tempted to sing happy birthday. What do you guys think? No. All right. Democracy rules. Our next presenter is a veteran of this dinner as a two-time Cy Young Award winner, and he was the author of the Yankees' first no-hitter in the 21st century. He also is a longtime friend and former teammate of the guy he is introducing. Here to tell us about the NL Cy Young Award winner is Corey Kluber.
First time I saw Chris Sale pitch, it was pre-draft coverage in 2010, and it was a tall, crazy skinny kid that my agents have been raving about from Florida Gulf Coast. He got drafted by the White Sox that year with the 13th pick in the 2010 draft, and after all of 11 minor league appearances, the White Sox called him to the big leagues. By the time I made my way to Cleveland a few years later, Chris had already established himself as a dominant reliever and was making the flawless transition to a starter. I competed against him for 11 seasons, 5 of those in the same division, and had a front row seat to numerous masterful games. Over the course of those 11 seasons, Chris had such accomplishments as a 7-time All-Star. He was chosen to start 3 All-Star games, won a World Series, and he secured the final 3 outs of that championship for Boston out of the bullpen after working as a starter all year. Anyone who pays attention to baseball knows how great of a pitcher Chris was during that time. The thing I came to admire the most about Chris was the tenacity he pitched with, the intent in every pitch, and the competitiveness each time he took the mound. In 2023, I had the opportunity to be teammates with Chris, and neither of us were on the field as much as we would have liked that year, but in the same way I watched him pitch all those years, I watched the way he approached his rehab with the exact same attitude and conviction. It's not an easy thing for a player to be hurt, especially for a long period of time. I think everybody who goes through some dark moments. But the mentality that I witnessed from Chris during those summer mornings at Fenway or BC when the team was on the road, it made it no surprise what he did in 2024. For the first time in 5 years, Chris made it through an entire season healthy, and in doing so, he was named the National League Comeback Player of the Year. He won his first Gold Glove. He became the first Braves pitcher to win the Triple Crown. And to top it off for the first time, the 2024 National League Cy Young Award winner, Chris Sale.
Well, first off, I might have been up here a little sooner if it wasn't for him, so I appreciate those nice words. First off, I'd like to start by thanking the baseball writers for hosting this event, thanking Major League Baseball and everybody in attendance. I'd like to thank my teammates, staff. We got Snit, Cranny, Erik over there, Franco. We got just wouldn't be here without you guys, wouldn't be here without my teammates. I rely a lot on my guys behind me and my catchers and game planning and all that. So, again, I just would not be here without them. To get to the people I have at my table, I'm going to do my best to get through this. As you guys know, the last few years haven't been the easiest for me, and that's what makes this moment so much sweeter, and this is what I appreciate the most, is being able to share this moment with my friends and my family. Starting from the top, we'll go with my agents, Hank, Al, Andrew, and BB. BB's not here, but they've been there from the jump, and they were there. They had my back the whole time. A few of those years, not too many phone calls across, but those names were always there, and they always had my back, and they were there for the tough ones. Dave Gillette, thank you. Taking some tall, skinny, plump kid from Lakeland, Florida, giving him a chance to go play college baseball. I appreciate that. Wouldn't be here without you. To my parents, no chance. All those times in the backyard, Dad, can't replicate it. I'll never forget those moments. And I just hope that I can be half the father you were to my 3 sons. Also gave me a little bit of that a-hole too, so I appreciate that. To my mother, Marla, thank you for driving me to all those practices. She drove me up to Wisconsin for a summer league just to turn right back around and drive back down to Florida. And she's the one that made me tough. We had a rule in my house. We come crying to Mom, there better be blood or bones showing, and if there wasn't, keep it moving. It actually helped me over the last few years. My beautiful wife, Brianne, thank you. The rock I needed through those tough times. She was there since before the beginning. We met in college. It's been a long ride, and she was there for all of it. There were some tough days I needed some support. I needed someone to prop me up and keep me going, and she was the one. So thank you. To my oldest son, Rylan, and to my 2 sons that aren't here. Thank you for making me the man I am today, a real man, putting my priorities, checking those at the door, and doing things for other people that were more important than for myself. So thank you guys. Lastly, I want to leave you with this. To the kids, to anybody with goals or with dreams in this room, never give up. You can be at the lowest point you've ever been. When you're at the bottom of that mountain, fake it like you're not. Don't let them see you down. Keep fighting. When you get to the top of that mountain, understand the work starts right then and there. It's harder to stay at the top of the mountain than it is to get to the top of the mountain. Never give in, never back down. Keep fighting. Thank you.
Thanks and congratulations again, Chris. Accompanying Chris tonight are his family, including parents Alan and Marla, wife Brianne, and their eldest son at table 3, as well as from the Braves at table 22, Ryan Snicker, Rick Kranitz, Erik Breu, Jared Burleson, and Franco Garcia. To introduce the AL Manager of the Year, we have enlisted the help of the man who, without hyperbole, knows better than anyone else how the winner pulled that off in his first year on the job. He is Stephen Vogt, a former minor league teammate, a longtime best friend, and at one point, a competitor for the Guardians managerial gig. Please welcome Cleveland Associate Manager, Craig Albernass.
Down a little bit.
I was a little nervous that I was going to be too short for this podium, so luckily we're good now. Yeah, I've known Bodie for 16 years, and I'm just so proud of him. Just so proud of the father and husband he is. And what really stands out is how much he loves and cares for the players. It just doesn't waver day in and day out. He knows it's all about the boys, and he's probably going to reference that in his speech. How the boys go out and play, which is true. But the way he allows them to go out and succeed and puts them in the best chances to succeed is unmatched. He's also probably going to talk about how it's an organizational award, which is very true. There's a lot of people that have a thumbprint on the team's success and also his success. But the way he's navigated so many conversations. Has he been in the dugout before as a coach? Just checking. No, he has not. He's never done that before. So for him to do that year one, navigate all those conversations, front office, connecting everybody, it was incredible. And I have a feeling this is not going to be his only Manager of the Year award. So it's my honor to call up my good buddy and friend, Stephen Vogt.
I was worried we needed a step stool too, Elby. It's really cool getting to work with one of your best friends. It's not something you always get to do, but having the guy that you run every decision by during the game, before the game, after the game, getting to do that with one of your best friends is something that I'll truly cherish until he's managing here in the very near future. So, love you, Dad. Yeah. First of all, thank you to the writers for voting for me and giving me this awesome honor. It is an organizational award. You stole half my speech, but this really is a testament to
the front office, ownership, player development, our coaching staff, and most importantly, our players. We wouldn't be up here as a coach. If anything, it's all about what the boys do out in the field. And when you pour into them every single day and allow them to go be themselves, this is a byproduct of that. None of us in this room that work in baseball would have a job if it wasn't for the players. It is about them. It will never not be about them, and we serve them every single day. And the people in this room that came to support me taught me that. My dad, Randy, my brother, Danny. My dad was my only coach until I got to college, and he worked and he came home early so that he could coach my brother and I through high school. And when I was 9 years old, my dad told me, when it's negative, it's about you. When it's positive, it's about your teammates. At 9 years old, I learned that lesson from my father, and I still, to this day, implement that every single day. My brother Danny is one of the best leaders, best men that I know. He's my best friend, and I'm thankful for him. And I wouldn't be here today without my beautiful wife, Alyssa, and our kids, Peyton, Clark, and Bennett, allowing Dad to do this crazy life of baseball and travel everywhere, spend way too many days apart, move way too many times. And I'm just so thankful for my family and for you to be here to support me. Matt Foreman, our assistant GM, thank you for being here. And Al being his beautiful wife, Jen, thank you for being here too. I wouldn't be able to do this, as somebody who went from playing straight into coaching and managing a little bit later without the people who I was able to play for. Whether it was my dad through high school, my college coach, Paul Skenes, and the many numerous coaches I had through the minor leagues and big leagues. It's awesome that Snit's here, one of my managers that I learned a ton from. I'm just so thankful for the many people that I played for. I was watching and listening and learning. I asked way too many questions as a player, but I wanted to be prepared because I knew I was going to do this one day. And one of my teammates, Sean Manaea, was able to catch his debut, which was one of my favorite moments. Again, it comes back to the players. That's why we're here. I'm super thankful. I'm gracious. I'm honored to be here as the Manager of the Year. I love competing against every single one of you. AJ, love it. Shelty, all the managers that are here. But I just couldn't be more thankful and grateful, and hope you guys have a great rest of your night.
So for those keeping score at home, that's 3 awards and 2 people very happy to see Sean Manaea. Thanks and congrats, Stephen. With cheering on Stephen tonight from table 18A, or the other votes, Alyssa, Danny, Randy. Joining them are Matt Foreman from the Guardians, as well as Jen Alvarez. Up next is my favorite of the New York BBWAA's local awards, the Ben Epstein Dan Castellano Good Guy Award. This one goes to the player who most helps the media do our jobs. It's worth noting that a person is allowed to win this award only once in their career. So every year at the end of the season, we sit around and say to ourselves, okay, who should be the good guy? We can't pick one of the most obvious candidates. If we were being honest, it could be the Brendan Nemo Award. So nonetheless, we have an extremely deserving winner this year. And to introduce him is the vice chair of the New York BBWAA, Sports Illustrated, Stephanie Epstein.
So this is one more person happy to see Sean Manaea. By the end of the season, I was a little surprised he didn't just hang a sign at his locker. Yes, I used to have long hair. Yes, I changed my number to honor my late brother. Yes, I modeled my delivery after Chris Sales. But Sean is the good guy because he just smiled and answered every question, no matter how many times we asked him. He was there when he pitched badly, not very often, and when he pitched well, which was most of the time. He was so accommodating that he even agreed to ride the subway with Laura Albanese for a Newsday story. There are a lot of writers who won't even ride the subway with writers. For a guy who thought he might only be here for 1 year, he really integrated himself into the city. He played catch with fans in Central Park, and then he invited them to Citi Field. He learned and remembered the names of fans who said hi to him. If the team had won the World Series, he and his new wife, Talat, were going to invite the entire organization to the wedding. I suspect their wedding planner was rooting against the Mets. And now we know he'll be here for the next 3 years, which is good news for the Manaeas. Good news for Mets fans, and most importantly, good news for the writers. Please welcome Sean Manaea.
Wow, that was a beautiful introduction. Good, guys, thank you. What an absolute honor here it is to be here. Thank you to the Baseball Writers Association of America for voting for me for the Good Guy Award. As I've gotten older and wiser, I've realized what a good relationship is with media. I feel like when I was younger, I didn't really understand, and so I was kind of standoffish. But as I've gotten older, I realized everyone's human, and no one's really out there to get me. So why not treat everyone as human and respect everyone? I just want to thank you for the connection that you guys output to fans like my family back in Indiana, baseball fans all over the globe, Japan, even in American Samoa. When I went over there, I can tell you how cool it was to hear kids just talk about stories throughout the year, and it was just such an incredible honor. Next, I would like to thank the 2024 Mets. We had an incredible season. Oh my God, am I right? I don't know if I said that. I would also like to congratulate the individuals up here on their individual awards. You guys deserve it, and it is an honor to be able to compete against you guys each and every single day. And lastly, I would like to thank my beautiful wife, Talat, for everything that you have done for me. So thank you guys again, and enjoy this.
Thank you, Sean. Looking forward to hearing more from you a little later. And in the years to come, congrats on the contract, congrats on the marriage. It's a big off season. It struck me that this is the second year in a row that the winner of the Good Guy Award was selected while he was a free agent and then re-signed with the Mets by the time the dinner came around. Adam Ottavino last time, now Mr. Manaea. So if anybody has any suggestions for players they want back on the Mets come 2026, let me know. We have a big and fun group from the Mets tonight, in addition to Sean and Carlos Mendoza up here on the dais. Among those at table 17 are Sean's wife, Talat, Carlos's wife, Frances, as well as John Ricco, Donovan Mitchell, and the communication staff. And at table, communication staff. I'm sorry, I would have shouted you guys out by name, but I didn't see anybody face-to-face beforehand. Zach Weber, Katie, Ethan, thank you all. And at table 21B sits the great Jay Horwitz and his guests, including Irene Hodges and Monica Mays. Thank you all for being here. Switching over to the other side of town, here's a fact that surprised me. Over the past half century, for all the winning the Yankees have done, only 2 of their pitchers have won AL Rookie of the Year, Dave and now Luis Hill. To introduce the latter, we are calling on someone who had a front row seat to Hill's breakout season, the manager of the AL champion Yankees, Aaron Boone.
Thank you. It's great being here with the baseball community, to catch up with people, familiar faces is always fun. And congratulations to everyone on the dais on their awards tonight. It's a tremendous honor, and it's an honor for me to be able to present Luis with this award. Luis showed up to spring training this year, really coming off of some injuries with Tommy John surgery. He was able to come back and pitch in September of 23 in the minor leagues, and that gave him a little bit of a jump start into 2024. Well, he comes to spring training ready to roll, and tell you how smart I am, he's in the first cuts. Send him over to minor league camp. I'm thinking I want him to get off to a good start. I want him to get into rhythm. I want him to just get into his routine, knowing that he could really factor in for us at some point. Well, early on in camp, Garrett Cole, our reigning Cy Young Award winner, goes down. We know we're going to be out without him for a couple months. Really opened up an opportunity. At that point, I didn't even necessarily consider that it was going to be Louis out of the gate. Well, he had different ideas. I remember it was a split squad game, probably the first road split squad that I've gone to as manager. I happened to go to Clearwater, and we brought Louis. To say he dominated is an understatement, and we're talking about the good Philly lineup in Clearwater. I mean, he cut through them, and I'm looking at Mike Harkey, who was one of the big league coaches with me, and like, are we seeing this? I'm looking in the stands. I think Omar Manaea was in the stands. I'm calling him on the way home. I'm like, did you see that performance? We sent him back to minor league camp. 5-6 days later, he comes back over and basically does the same thing to the Toronto Blue Jays. And just the way I put it over the whole year was he just kicked the door in, like, and said, no, I need to be on this team. 2 months into the season, he's pitching like the best pitcher in the league. And a big reason why we would go on to win the division was the consistency of our starting rotation, especially in that first half of the year. And he really anchored that. And as a lot of these guys will attest, you know, Major League Baseball, these guys have all had massive success and have won awards, but there's always adversity that comes with it. And Louis faced his share of adversity this year, powered through it, learned from it, grew from it, met every challenge. And I'm so excited to see what he's going to do for an encore and to see what he's going to do the rest of his career. But what a phenomenal rookie season by a great young man and with a very bright future. And I'm so honored to give this American League Rookie of the Year award to Luis Gil.
Good evening. Quiero agradecer antes que nada a Dios por darme la oportunidad de estar aquí esta noche. Es un honor para mí estar compartiendo este momento con todas estas estrellas y leyendas del béisbol.
First of all, I want to thank God for giving me the opportunity to be here tonight. It is an honor for me to share this moment with all the stars and legends of baseball.
Quiero agradecer también a la BBWAA por reconocer mi trabajo y mi temporada votando por mí para que esté hoy aquí recibiendo el premio.
I also want to thank the BBWAA for recognizing my work, my season by voting for me to be here today receiving this award.
Quiero agradecer a la organización de los Yankees, incluyendo a Braun, Mark Blake, el resto del staff, el coach, el personal, mis compañeros, la gerencia de todo el equipo, que me ayudaron, todos los que me ayudaron cada 5 días a dar el 100% de mí.
I want to thank the Yankees organization as well, including Aaron Boone, Matt Blake, the rest of the coaches, the staff, my teammates, front office, and everyone who helped me go out there every 5 days and give 100% of myself.
Quiero también agradecer a los fanáticos de los Yankees que tanto me apoyaron.
I also want to thank the Yankee fans for the incredible support.
Y por último, quiero agradecer a mi familia, lo más importante que tengo, quienes han estado conmigo de deseo y me han apoyado y ayudado a salir de todos los malos momentos. I love you. Thank you.
And finally, I want to thank my family, the most important thing in my life. You have been with me from the very beginning, supporting me and helping me overcome all tough moments. I love you.
Yankees. The other heels, Manaea and Samantha, are here at table 18B, coincidentally along with my friends, so I hope everything is going great over there. Meanwhile, at table 16, we have from the Yankees Jennifer Steinbrenner-Swindle, Haley Steinbrenner-Swindle, Michael Margolis, Caitlin Brennan, John Butensky, and John Schwartz. With our next award, we are honoring one of the 1995 Yankees, the player who took the biggest swing in the biggest game of that year, and maybe the first half of that decade for the organization. For a presenter, we are bringing up somebody who was there for that and so many other moments in that prelude of the season. It's the Casey Stengel You Could Look It Up Award, presented to someone never previously honored by our chapter and usually tied to a statistic, fact, or anniversary. To tell you about this year's winner, please welcome longtime New York Post baseball columnist, Joel Sherman.
Congratulations to everyone on the dais, and thank you everyone who joins us every year and makes this in year 100 still the best sports event on the calendar. I'm here to see if I can very quickly recognize why the final weekend of the 1995 season is one of the most important weekends in the history of the Yankees and one of the most important seasons ever for that historic franchise. The Yankees needed to win all 3 games in the final weekend of the season to make the playoffs. We think of them as a behemoth. They hadn't made the playoffs since 1981. It had been 14 years. And the other thing, and I'm sure David Cohen will recognize this when he comes up, is everyone was playing that weekend for Don Manaea. He had never made the playoffs. So that was all layered in this. And yet, in that first game of the series, that Friday night up in Toronto, the Yankees were losing 3-0 going to the 9th inning. They scored 2 runs. They had a runner on first with an out. And Pat Kelly, their number 9 hitter, was due up. And the obvious move was to bring in Tom Henke, who was the great closer for Toronto. But Darryl Strawberry is sitting on the bench with a bat. And C.O. Gaston doesn't want Strawberry in the game to potentially hit a 2-run homer to put him ahead. 9th place hitter, Pat Kelly was a slap hitter. Let's go with that. And Pat Kelly, in a lot of ways, 9th hitter, middle infielder, known for his defense, was a lot like a Bucky Dent moment. He had a very high fly ball to left field that just kept carrying and carrying. The Yankees won the game 4-3 off of that homer. They won the next 2 days, 6-1, 6-1. And so why is this such an important weekend? The Yankees make the playoffs, obviously. But Buck Showalter was trying to have his cake and eat it too that whole weekend. He was holding Cone back from starting because he knew in the playoffs, if he didn't have Cone start game 1 and 5 and Jack McDowell start game 2, he probably couldn't win. And so he had decided that weekend that he would only use those guys if the Yankees could be knocked out of a wild card lead. And that weekend, the 3 pitchers who won for the Yankees were Andy Pettitte, Scott Kamenicki, and Sterling Hitchcock, 3 homegrown guys. Pat Kelly was a homegrown player. The best player on the Yankees that weekend was Bernie Williams, a homegrown player. Randy Velarde, Gerald Williams, Jim Leyritz, they all played important parts in that weekend. They were homegrown players. The Yankees made the playoffs for the first time in 14 years, but they pretty much made it every year for the last 30 because that team convinced George Steinbrenner he could go with young players and players from this organization. 1995 was the debut season for all 4 members of the core 4, and that was a great weekend. And while Buck Showalter held David Cohen back, and he did start game 1, I won't hold him back anymore. David, can you please accept for Pat Kelly?
30 years ago. Talk about expanded playoff formats. That was the first one. The first wild card was in 1995. Nobody knew what to think about it. Nobody, whether we were going to accept this big change in baseball, whether it would work or not. When we ended up winning that wild card, we didn't even know if we could celebrate. What do we do? How do we act? Do we have a champagne celebration in the clubhouse? It was so new. Everything was breaking new ground. But the one thing that wasn't was when Pat Kelly hit that home run. At the end of that game, you Yankee fans that were there that saw it, the emotion on Don Mattingly's face when he went down to one knee and and punched the turf with his fist at the Sky Dome. They just knew how much that meant to Donnie baseball. To the Yankee fans out there, you remember how well he played. How well he played in the playoff series. The only chance he ever got. One of the greatest players of the 80s and the 90s, Don Mattingly, one of the greatest players in this city. Got a chance to play one playoff round and loved it. Exactly. And he excelled. And when we lost that series, one of the greatest series I think you'll ever see, because Pat Kelly hit that home run to put us into the playoffs. The Mariners knocked us out. Ken Griffey Jr. racing around the bases in Game 5 in Seattle. Donnie baseball on that flight home came up to Jack McDowell and me. He put his arms around us on the plane and thanked us, graciously thanked us for playing the part and getting into the postseason, because that's the only postseason that he ever had in his great career. So Pat Kelly's a big part of that. I couldn't be here tonight. I accept the award on his behalf. Donnie baseball got a chance to play in the playoffs because of that home run.
Thanks, David, and thanks to Joel. Joel is one of the many former New York BBWAA chairs here tonight. It's a hell of a list, and one I am honored to be on. Also present are Jack O'Connell, Bob Papish, Tom Verducci, Claire Smith, Ken Davidoff, Pete Caldera, Dave Lennon, Mark Feinsands, Tyler Kepner, Mike Puma, Anthony DeComo, and Brian Hook. As I mentioned earlier, unfortunately the NL MVP could not be with us tonight as he deals with some of the stuff going on back in LA. But Shohei was kind enough to send along his well wishes in a video acceptance speech, which we will play now.
Good evening, everyone. I'm sorry I could not attend this year's BBWAA Awards dinner. Given the recent devastating fires in Los Angeles that affected us, it already made it very difficult for so many reasons for me and my family to attend. My thoughts and prayers go out to all those families who lost their homes and loved ones, all of those affected by the fires, and all the animals displaced or lost. The recent fires really hit the heart of Los Angeles, and we are all trying to participate, small or big, to help in any way we can. I would like to thank the BBWAA for this special NL MVP award. This year was a very special year in so many ways, and there are a lot of people to thank. I would like to start off by thanking the entire Los Angeles Dodgers organization for the opportunity they give me to play for this historical franchise. Thank you to all the owners led by Mark Walter, to the entire front office, especially Stan Kasten, Ron Rosen, Andrew Friedman, Brandon Gomez. To all my teammates and the coaching staff, trainers, strength coaches, clubbies, and all the behind-the-scenes staff for the helping and encouraging me throughout the year. And lastly, to the fans. I felt your support every day. Also, a special shout out to Will Ayrton. To my support group, starting with my agent, Nez Valero. Thank you for all you do. CAA Sports, Matt, Julia, Carly, thank you. To my beautiful wife, thank you for always being there for me, and to my family and friends for their support. Lastly, I wanted to dedicate this award to the entire city of Los Angeles. To all the first responders, firefighters, and to all of the fire departments for their heroic efforts to combat these fires in Los Angeles. stay strong and united. We will get through this. Thank you.
Thanks again to Shohei for that. There are a couple of other Dodgers award winners absent tonight. Mookie Betts received the Babe Ruth Award for the postseason MVP, and Freddie Freeman and his family were named the winners of the Arthur and Milton Richmond You Gotta Have Heart Award, which is presented annually to a member of the baseball community who has overcome difficult circumstances. Our next speaker has become something of an expert in great pitching during his well-traveled baseball life. As a catcher in parts of 7 major league seasons, he was behind the plate for the likes of Kenny Rogers and Tim Hudson. As a manager, for much of the past decade and a half, he has counted Max Scherzer, Dallas Keuchel, Justin Verlander, Garrett Cole, and others among those on the staffs. This year, he got to watch another big-time breakout season up close. To present the AL Cy Young Award, here is Tigers manager, AJ Hinch.
Thank you. I'm really honored to be here. Congratulations, everybody, on the stage, and certainly well-deserved. It's much easier to see everybody in a tuxedo than it is in a baseball uniform. They're really tough to deal with, all these great players. I, too, am excited to see Sean Manaea. I get an opportunity to watch this every day, but I also cherish, being a manager and seeing great pitching. And this year I had a front row seat. I get to introduce a really special player, but also a really special person. And to know Erik Skubal is to love everything about him. Everything. Like if you're going to draw characteristics of what you would want in an ace or a guy, or the guy you turn to when you need to stop a losing streak, or the guy you turn to in game 1 of the playoffs. He embodies all of that. And he did this year. But to know him, he's really about 2 things, 2 simple things. One is he wants to win, and he wants the team to win on the day that he pitches. He's all about the competition. And number 2, he wants to be known as an elite teammate. You can see the first one easily whenever you watch him pitch. You can see him by the way he prepares, by the way that he gets after it, by the way that he holds himself accountable, by the way that he may or may not incite the other side's fans by yelling when he comes off the mound. He is going to give everything he has that day to win. The second part you guys don't get to see as often, but it takes me back to a spring training meeting when I had the opportunity to do something I had never done before, which was to name him the opening day starter in a team meeting. And I did that to break up some of the monotony of spring training and some of the everyday thing. And what I didn't realize is what kind of reaction his teammates were going to give him that day. The place erupted. They immediately went to him, and that day is the first day that our team thought we were going to win. We thought we were going to win opening day because of Erik Skubal. What happened on that opening day? Classic Erik Skubal. 6 innings, no runs, 6 punch. I think it was 6 of the first 9. And that began an epic season of dominance. It ended with him leading in virtually every category, including the Triple Crown, wins, ERA, and strikeouts. That season's going to be remembered. He led us to the playoffs. I always said we're going to use Erik Skubal in pitching chaos. That was something I said down the stretch, and we would not have been able to do it without Erik Skubal. So it is an honor, it is a pleasure that the world's going to get to know Erik Skubal more and more as the years come. And he gets to be presented the unanimous AL Cy Young Award winner, Erik Skubal.
I want to start my speech off by saying what an honor it is to share the stage with the caliber of players up here tonight. I'm glad you guys are here right now and not in the box with the mound opposite of me. I want to thank the baseball writers for selecting me for such a prestigious award. This is a very special moment when you look back at my career. I had one Division I offer to play college baseball. Tommy John surgery as a sophomore, and I didn't think professional baseball was going to be in my cards. I've had a lot of people around me in my life support me and push me to be the best version of myself. That starts with my wife, Jessica. I didn't want to get emotional, but here I go. She's been my absolute rock throughout everything, high school, college, minor leagues, another arm surgery once I got to the big leagues. So thank you. You also brought the best thing that's ever happened to me in my life in our son, Casey. And I'm excited to welcome another one in the near future. My career has been one hell of a ride, and I'd like to thank a lot of people individually, so bear with me. That starts with the Tigers organization for taking a chance on me in the 9th round. I'd like to thank Mr. Illich, Scott Harris, Jeff Greenberg, AJ Fett, Lundy, Nene, the entire training room staff, strength coaches, analytics room, and everybody else, behind the scenes that makes me who I am. This club, has given me every opportunity to have success. Even in 2021 when I gave up 35 homers, I wish Aaron Judge was up here because he had a couple of those. I'd like to thank my agent, Scott Boris and Boris Court. You guys have surrounded me with all the resources I need to be a successful athlete. I want to thank my family and friends. You guys have given me so much motivation with the sacrifices you have made for me to be in this position. To the off-season guys at Apex, Justin, West, Matt, Drake, Zinger, thank you for preparing me and pushing me every off-season to get my body in shape to handle the stresses of 162. Lastly, I want to thank my teammates. As much as this is an individual award, I think without the guys behind me, none of this is possible. Specifically, I want to thank Jake Rogers. He put up with me for all 34 starts and demanded the best out of me every time I took the ball. So thank you. In the postseason this year, I wore a shirt showing our playoff odds over the course of the year. We went from 0.2% chance of making it to Game 5 of the ALDS. When I look back on my own career, I see similar odds that I had to overcome, which makes being up here all the more sweet. Thank you.
Thank you to you both. Celebrating with them tonight is a good group at table 20B, including Jessica School. And among those from the Tigers are Scott Harris, Jeff Greenberg, and Chris Fett. Now it's time to give the Hall of Fame a little love. As everyone in here knows, it was a big week in Cooperstown. The BBWAA elected 3 new members to the Hall, all of whom spent at least some time with clubs in New York. Ichiro Suzuki, CC Sabathia, and Billy Wagner. Yes. And that is really just the start of what should be another heck of a year for the Hall of Fame. We are thankful to be joined now by someone who is wrapping up what is probably a top 2 busiest work week of the year for him, so we're very grateful for his presence tonight. Please welcome the president of the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum, Josh Rawit.
Gotta give me some love, right? Thank you, Tim. Indeed, it has been an unbelievable week for all of us up in Cooperstown for the Hall of Fame and all of baseball. As you know, 5 days ago, we did announce that trio to join Dick Allen and Dave Parker as the class of 2025. And I know many of the baseball writers who have earned a vote are here tonight. And we want to express our continued appreciation to all of you for your thoughtful participation in this annual process. It's been going back to 1936, and I know many of you know it takes 10 years to earn a vote, and we know that none of you take that privilege lightly, so thank you very, very much. We're really excited to have this new class join our Hall of Fame family, and we're going to have an unbelievable summer in Cooperstown. Now, the newest Hall of Fame class represents 18 different cities, both the New York teams, Boston, Philly, Pittsburgh, Chicago, Cleveland, Houston, Cincinnati, Atlanta, Miami, Oakland, Toronto, Milwaukee, Anaheim, Los Angeles, St. Louis, and of course, Seattle. We expect tens of thousands of people to come to Cooperstown for an unbelievable weekend, July 25th through the 28th. But this year is going to be a lot different. That's because we elected the very first Japanese-born Hall of Famer to the Hall of Fame. Now, during Hall of Fame weekend, we'll give a round of applause, thank you. During Hall of Fame weekend, we will celebrate the apex of a 150-year history between our two countries. And part of that, we're going to be opening up a brand new exhibit called Yaku Baseball, the Trans-Pacific Exchange of the Game. Thank you so much to Guggenheim and to Peter O'Malley, several others for their support. We're going to be telling the story of the history of baseball between these two countries, going back to the 1870s when an American professor named Horace Wilson came from Maine to Japan to teach the game of baseball that's become two different countries' national pastimes. Decades to follow, we had college teams coming from Japan to the U.S. and U.S. teams going out that way with Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig, the teams, the Dodgers and Giants in the 50s. And then Masanori Murakami became the first Japanese player to play in the major leagues, and 30 years later, Hideo Nomo changed baseball forever, paving the way for Ichiro, who let Hideki Matsui become the first position player to really stand out and set the tone for today's stars like Shohei Ohtani. All of these stories will be told in Yaku Baseball, and whether you've made it up to Cooperstown 10 times before or never been there, I can assure you that this summer is the absolute perfect time to come and visit our picturesque village. And if you think it's too hard to get to Cooperstown, which I've heard several people tell me that tonight, I want you to consider this. Ichiro Suzuki has been there 8 times, including this week with CeCe and Billy. He used to come regularly while he was an active player. During the middle of the offseason, he would show up because his deep respect and admiration for the game's history. He wanted to touch the history he was chasing, and he wanted to feel the energy of players like George Sisler and hold his bat after he broke his record. And earlier this week, Ichiro said, in this day and age, there's so much stress, especially in the world that we live in today. Oh, wow. There's a town just for baseball, and you can go there, and you can just feel that peace. Well, both Ichiro and Shohei have been incredibly generous over the years, giving us artifacts to our collection that will be on exhibit for years and years to come. They've given everything from cleats to jerseys, helmets to hats, their pants, their batting gloves. We've documented some of the greatest moments in baseball history. In fact, many of the people on this dais have actually also donated artifacts, because at our nonprofit museum, we have over 40,000 artifacts, 3 million documents that are preserved for you to explore the game that you love. So now's the time to take Cooperstown off your bucket list, put it on your to-do list. Bring your parents, bring your kids, come solo. And when you leave Cooperstown, you will be inspired all over again by what this game means to each of us and why its history is so important. And if you don't believe me, ask the people at table 23 over there, made up of our donors and our members who help us sustain our mission of preserving baseball history, honoring excellence, and connecting generations. So thank you to each of you. Congratulations to all of tonight's winners. And thank you for what you do to support the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum. And to the people of Japan who are watching tonight, we'd like to say, Cooperstown e yokoso. Welcome to Cooperstown.
Thanks so much, Josh, for that and for extending your wild week for our sake. Also here from the hall are the folks at table 23, including John Shostakowski, Jason Sheilak, and Kurt Kundal. At this time, I'd like to point out the large group from Major League Baseball. At tables 8B, 9, and 10, among the fine folks over there are Matt Moore and John Blundell, Mike Tevin, Donald Muller, as well as Glenn Kaplan, Mark Kayafa, Chuck Torres, and Elena Alvarez. A lot of those people get more emails from me over the course of the year than they want, so thank you guys. Turning back to the awards presentation, to introduce the winner of the Joan Payson Shannon Ford Award for Community Service, let's welcome back someone we heard from a little earlier, Susan Waldman. Come on up, Susan.
Let me tell you a little bit of something about Oswaldo Cabrera. As a player, you love utility players. He not only plays every position, he plays it well. And he has learned to do it pretty much by himself. The first time I saw him play right field, he made an unbelievable catch against the W.B. Mason sign. And I said, how many games have you played out there? And he said, well, none. And I said, well, how did you learn to do that? And he said, well, my brother. I said, your brother? Where's your brother? Their brother is in AA, and that night before, he is on the phone or on FaceTime or on some app, going over routes in right field on how he should play right field. And he was a wonderful right fielder. He made himself a center fielder. He made himself really good at every single position on that field, but this is not why we're celebrating him. I want to talk a little bit about the man. When you walk into that clubhouse, if you're feeling bad about yourself or the day, you look to your left, and there's Osvaldo. And he's always got a smile, and he's always happy, and it doesn't matter if he's playing that day or not. He's going to be ready whenever Booney needs him, and he always is. He loves this game the way we love this game. We're in Detroit a while back, and I had him as star of the game. Anytime Osvaldo does anything great and we win, I have Osvaldo as star of the game. He's that good. And he's looking at me, and he's looking across at the Detroit dugout, and I see tears in his eyes. And I said, "What's the matter?" And he said, "I just played on the same field as Miguel Cabrera." I mean, my goodness. He loves this game the way we do. He signs autographs when no one else does. He's always down the left field line or the right field line. Not only does he do that, he knows everybody's name when they're doing it. And why he's here tonight, the Joan Payson Shannon Ford Award for community service. Shannon, by the way, Osvaldo was also one of the best human beings on this earth. Yes, she was. Other Yankee winners of this award: Anthony Rizzo, Giancarlo Stanton, Brian Cashman, and our newest Hall of Famer, CeCe Sabathia. Osvaldo's always out in the community, whether it's gift cards or other gifts for kids at Covenant House in Asbury Park and in Newark. He spends time with those homeless youths and victims of human trafficking. He has taken public service spots to help awareness for covered health efforts. He never says no. He is also active with an organization called Ma Deuce Deuce, which serves immediate needs for veterans in New Jersey. He is everything you want a ball player to be in your community. The Joan Payson Shannon Ford Award for Community Service to Osvaldo Cabrera.
Thank you. Good evening, buenas noches to everyone. Give me 1 second, where you at? I'm coming here. No, I'm kidding. I'm ready. Well, first, I want to thank the good Lord for this opportunity to be in this place with superstars. It's an honor for me. I want to thank all the writers for this beautiful honor and this recognition. I want to thank to my parents because they teach me that the happiness includes helping others too. I want to translate this in Spanish to my parents because they are learning in English. Yo quería agradecerle a ustedes porque ustedes me enseñaron que la felicidad está en ayudar a los demás también, y eso yo lo aprendí desde muy chiquito, por eso quiero agradecerles a ustedes. Going back to English. I want to thank to my agent Bill too, to Frank Luna, who is in that table right there. I want to thank Randall Steiner for helping me to connect the people in all this beautiful city to do all these beautiful things that we've been doing in all this time. And to the Yankees, who gave me the opportunity to live my dream. That early from my career, I learned the importance of giving back, and not just with words, but with the actions. And as a New York Yankees, it's more than baseball. And you automatically understand the importance of community and helping kids and people with less opportunity. So I want to really appreciate that, because from my beginning of my career, all the Yankees teach me how to handle with all these things and put a smile in other people. And I hope tonight remind us all that no matter who we are or what stage of life we are in, we have the power to make a difference. So thank you, and have a beautiful night. Buenas noches.
at table 18A. Hope you both are enjoying yourselves tonight. As I mentioned earlier, we partnered this year with the great people at Foul Territory, many of whom are at table 20A. Thanking everyone involved in that huge production, especially Mark Weiner, Ken Rosenthal, Scott Braun, AJ Pierzynski, and Erik Kratz. We'd like to give a special shout out to one of Foul Territory's sponsors, T's Energy, for, among other things, putting some samples on the table for you all. T's pouches are made with 6 tea-cut herbs. I'm just going to bring my phone out now for the read, B vitamins, and come in both caffeinated and uncaffeinated options. They provide an energy boost with heightened mental focus to enhance performance while helping curb cravings for smoking, chewing, and vaping. They're available online and at stores including Walmart. How's that for an ad read, We played earlier the In Memoriam video, honoring those in the baseball community who died over the past year or so. At least one of those names is worth extra recognition for his immense place in the history of the game and our country. For a tribute to the great Willie Mays, please welcome Willie's son, Michael Mays, and Willie's godson, baseball's all-time home runs leader, Barry Bonds.
Thanks, everybody. I'm assuming that none of the 23 guys who didn't vote for Dad are here, so in that case, I'd like to thank all the rest of the baseball writers for this great honor. Dad said New York writers are tough because they know what they're talking about, mostly. So once again, thanks for honoring Dad. You could do it all the time, every year, and now I guess Barry Bonds, the second greatest baseball player in the world and the most feared man at home plate ever, has something to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's Michael, that's his son. I'm just a testament of who Willie Mays really was, a lover for kids. I happened to pursue the same career as my and he took me as his godson. My parents asked him, but I'm truly just a testament of who Willie Mays was. All of us kids through the Samsung Giants organization really treated us all the same. I just irritated him the most. I stayed in his locker, I loved him the most, and I wanted to be just like him. And I'm not second best to him ever. I love him, and he's the greatest baseball player to me ever. And Michael's his son, I'm his godson, and this is the man who represents Willie Mays as his son. Always should be and always will be. I'm just a testament of a lot of kids that got to enjoy him. Barry Bonds.
Thank you so much, Michael and Barry, for being here with us tonight. We're all very sorry for the loss of Willie. At this time, I'd like to highlight our dinner director, Ken Swarthout, back here ambling around all night. His endless work the past many months has made all of this possible. So thank you, Ken, for all of your help and for fielding my many, many calls and emails at all hours of the day. I hope you get to actually sleep tonight because I don't think you've been doing very much of that lately. Thank you also to Rick Cerrone, who has done another wonderful job as the editor of our Scorebook dinner program. This thing right here, you all had on your seats when you walked in. On that same note, I need to mention our New York BBWAA board, a group of people who were instrumental in putting all of this together. So thank you to Mark Feinstein, Mike Puma, Stephanie Apstein, Ken Davidoff, Anthony DeComo, Brian Hook, and Lisa Thosar. Up next, yeah, you can clap for those guys, yeah. Up next is the NL Manager of the Year honoree, who is a testament to the machine they have working in Milwaukee. The Brewers roster turns over. The Brewers front office turns over. The Brewers managerial spot turns over. And they just keep doing Brewers things, which in 2024 included winning another NL Central title and making the playoffs for the sixth time in 7 years. This time, they did it all under a guy who kind of, sort of, was a rookie at the job. To introduce his manager, please welcome Brewers GM, Matt Arnold.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for honoring the Milwaukee Brewers and Pat Murphy. A little over a year ago, our former manager hit the transfer portal. There was a lot of uncertainty in Milwaukee. We started our managerial search process, and we quickly realized the answer was right in front of us. Murph instantly provided us with the leadership we needed during challenging times. He fostered a culture of resilience, hard work, and camaraderie that inspired our players to exceed everyone's expectations. He then guided us to another division title. I've been fortunate to partner with Murph for a decade, and he's been a huge part of our success for a very long time. He makes everyone around him better. He cares more about winning than anyone I've ever known. He constantly keeps you on your toes with jokes and pranks, and he makes Milwaukee a great place to work and play. But most of all, he puts people first. Off the field, he's an incredible dad to his 4 kids, Kelly, Kai, Austin, and Jackson, who are all here tonight. And he treats everyone in our clubhouse like a great dad would. He spends so many minutes with our players and staff, and he will sleep at the ballpark every night if you let him. He sets the standards high for everyone, and for that, I'm eternally grateful. Clearly, the umpires did not get to vote on this award tonight, but for the first time in franchise history, I'm proud to honor your National League Manager of the Year, Pat.
That's a little inside joke. Matt Arnold, everyone, our esteemed general manager, 3 entities this year voted him Executive of the Year with good reason. So, congratulations, Pat. Before I begin, I'd like to just remember someone that we lost recently, a baseball legend, and a very good friend of ours with the Brewers, and Bob Uecker. To get to come to work every day and be with you for the last 9 years at every home game, and to see him in his element, and to see him just reach out to players and be the teammate that is far from the comedian you know or the actor you know, was really a blessing. And to say he was one of a kind somehow is an understatement. You know, he is a legend, and you know what they say. I don't think he'll miss a pitch. So rest in peace, you. It's an honor to be up here with all you guys and all you greats. And you know, I'm really thankful to the writers, everybody that was involved with this dinner. I know what a historic event this is, and to be part of it for someone like me is really special. But what makes it really special for me is that all 4 children are here, ranging from 39 to 5. I can explain that later. She was a resilient woman. My 2 grandchildren. I also have a special friend here tonight, Graham Rossini, a name you'll hear a lot about. Graham started as a student assistant when I was at Arizona State, worked his way up after he graduated. We hired him as director of operations. moved on to the Diamondbacks, became vice president. Now he's back at ASU as the athletic director. And if you follow the college football playoff, you obviously know they're headed in the right direction. And to be thoughtful enough to come to this, I'm just really, really thankful, Brandon. Thank you. Sophia Minnick, who you guys know is the face of the Brewers on television, for her to show up, she's more than a media person for us, but a life coach also for many of us. So thank you, Sophia, for being here. But to have my children, my son-in-law, Pedro Alvarez, who needs no introduction to the New York baseball community. I really appreciate you all showing up. Thank you. Families first, no doubt about it. The 24 Brewers, we were in line for a painful season. 13 of our 26, the opening day roster, we're doing it for the first time. You know, we cut the budget. We traded Corbin Burns, our Cy Young winner, our other stud, Brandon Woodruff, wasn't going to be able to pitch this year. And then Devin Williams, who was reliever of the year for 2 years previous, was going to have back surgery and he's not going to play. But 2014 taught me the greatest lesson. I love this profession. You know, I've been at it my whole life, college for 25 years, pro ball for the last 15. It's an unbelievable profession. I always say it's like coaching is like being an offensive lineman. You know, you open holes and you hope people run through it. What it taught me is it's really about players. And this 2014 we were hungry. And hungry players make managers look good. That's for sure. And I was the beneficiary of that. Great staff, great front office, ownership, everybody involved in the club. It's a family. It's wonderful. And I learned so many lessons, even at my age, about what this profession is about. You know, it's about people. I think about a few things come to mind. Christian Yelich, a guy who's done it all, MVP, Silver Slugger, big contract. To watch him take these young players and lead at this point in his career. The decision to do that is special. Tells you a lot about who he is. To watch Jackson Churio at 19 do what he did, to go from early in the season, I don't think anybody would have minded facing him. To emerge as a pretty good hitter. It's pretty special to watch, and I'm lucky enough to be part of this. So when I think of 24, I think of Freddie Freeman, a guy who has been mean to the Brewers. He's crushed us. Sent us home as a Brave, sent us home as a Dodger. I don't know, I hope he goes to Japan or something. Won't be able to send us home. But to see what this man endured personally, and then to see him continue as the teammate he was and to do what he did at the end is really, really special. So I get a front row seat to that, and I'm very, very thankful. So that was my lesson this year. What a privilege it is to be a major league manager. And for that, I'm so thankful. For 365 days this year, well, think about it, 364. That Alonso home run stung a little bit. It's truly an honor. It's truly an honor to accept this award, and it's truly an honor to be with everybody here tonight. I thank you very much. I feel privileged. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. We knew you wouldn't disappoint with that speech. I will say, though, during dinner, Pat said he might, out of nervousness, break out into song during his speech, which did not happen, so that's kind of a bummer. Joining Pat are family and friends at table 22A, including, as he described, all of his children of varying ages. So thank you to those Murphys for being here. There's also Sophia Manaea and Mike Fasalo from the Brewers. We are missing, unfortunately, our other MVP, Aaron Judge and his wife, Samantha, are expecting a baby, as I understand it, pretty much any time now. So congratulations to the Judges. They really nailed the timing under that. In under the wire before spring training. Despite his absence, we're going to talk about him anyway. You may know our next speaker as Brian Fellows from Saturday Night Live or Tracy Jordan from 30 Rock. We know him as our presenter for the American League Most Valuable Player Award. Please welcome actor, comedian, Brooklyn native, and noted Yankees fan, Tracy Morgan.
Erik couldn't be here tonight because the Lord is blessing him and his wife. Hopefully they will be blessed tomorrow or today. We don't know. But as a lifelong New Yorker and a diehard Yankee fan, it is a pleasure for me to be here this evening. A pleasure. I grew up 2 blocks from the house that Babe Ruth built. Right on Anderson Avenue on 163rd Street. One of my first jobs was selling souvenirs, and eventually I worked my way up to scalping tickets. Okay? In my community, I grew up in Yankee Stadium, meant more than baseball. It was an economic staple that many people relied upon back then and still do to this day. Players like Aaron Judge make that possible. I love working at Yankee Stadium. I thought that being around players like Mickey Rivers, Ron Guidry, and Dave Winfield, that life would not get better than this. Then I became a TV star and movie star, and it got better, way better. Because of show business, I met most of my childhood Yankee heroes. And I even became friends with them. Today, I get to introduce one of my Yankee friends with whom I do Knick games with and whom the Yankees are going to win a chip this year. Trust me. I called the government. Trust me. Right? Now, where was I? I got lost. Mickey Rivers, okay. Alright, give me a star. Today I get to introduce, I said that already, today I get to introduce, but I gotta go back and get my GED. You know, Saturday Night Live, my grandma still want me to get my GED. I said, Grandma, I already made it. I was on 30 Rock. She said, if you had your GED, you'd be on 60 Rock. Aaron Judge was drafted in 2013 by the Yankees. He was unanimously elected Rookie of the Year in 2017. When he broke the rookie home run record, Aaron was named MVP in 2022. Aaron, you are one of the few to have won multiple MVPs. Only Lou Gehrig, Joe DiMaggio, Yogi Berra, Mickey Mantle, Roger Maris, and A-Rod have won multiple MVPs. Okay, there are a few Yankees on this list. So be right on, right? Past season, I was sitting next to Aaron at a Knick game, and he said this to me, word for word. If you told me in high school that I would be sitting courtside at a Knick game with Tracy Morgan, I'd slap the shit out you. That's what he said. Well, Aaron, we are here. And today, I'm proud to present the 2024 American League MVP to my friend, my brother, my comrade, Aaron James Judge.
Good evening, everybody. I'm truly humbled to be accepting the 2024 AL MVP Award. I want to start by apologizing for missing the award dinner this evening. However, my wife Samantha and I are expecting our first child any day, and unfortunately could not make it. With that being said, I'm grateful of the understanding and support of the Baseball Writers Association and all of you attending tonight. I want to thank God for surrounding me with amazing people who have supported me every step of the way. To my coaches, teammates, trainers, and the entire Yankees organization, I'm honored to share this award with each and every one of you. Your support, encouragement, and hard work have meant the world to me. Through spring training, 162-game season, and postseason, we've experienced incredible highs and lows together, and I'm honored that I was able to be surrounded by all of you in the process. To my family, I love you all so much. You continue to motivate and push me to be my best day in and day out. And to the fans, your energy and passion fuel me every day. Your support drives me to be the best version of myself, and it's a privilege to be representing the greatest city in the world. I'd also like to congratulate all the other incredible individuals being recognized tonight. You guys make this game look too easy. Thank you again to the Baseball Writers Association for this incredible honor. I'm truly grateful and will cherish this moment forever.
Congratulations again to the judges. Fascinated to see what Aaron Judge with dad strength looks like. A little nervous about that. And thank you to Tracy, who whispered to me on his way to the podium, "It's going to be funny." And that was correct, so thank you very much. And sticking with the Yankees theme, we have another couple of fun stars of yesteryear with us tonight. The Willie, Mickey, and the Duke Award goes to players linked in history and is usually tied to an anniversary. So we're throwing it back to the 1980s with both the winners and the presenter. Please welcome the Yankees' third baseman from 1984 to 1989, Mike Pagliarulo.
Thank you. Great to be here. I was asked to give this award tonight, and it's a special award. It means a lot to me. And before I say anything else, congratulations to everyone at the dais, honorees. You guys make baseball great to watch. So I'm giving this award, and I see Dave in the VIP room. He comes walking in, and we start chatting and catching up. And Tanya was there, and then my daughter came down, and then we spent all the time together. And we sat at the table, sitting right next to me, and he says a little while ago, "So who are you presenting tonight?" I said, "You." He goes, "What?" I said, "What do you expect? Some old guy?" I said, "I'll take care of you." So this award is really a special moment in time, a special moment in baseball, and it could be represented by two greater players, I think. Willie, Mickey, and the Duke, I mean, you say their name around the world and everybody knows who they are. Well, Dave Winfield and Don Mattingly are the same thing to me. I mean, the way that they played the game and represented the Yankees was fabulous. So Dave and Donnie at the end of 1984 were tied for the batting title lead. And it was a strange day because we weren't pulling for anybody. We didn't know who should win, and we wanted everybody. I mean, and I know I had a front row seat. I was right there, and we just wanted both of them to win. And and then it ended, and it was handled with class and respect, which it should be. And that's what Dave Winfield's all about. That's what Don Mattingly was all about. My dad told me when I was a little kid. He said, "Look, when you get on that field," he said, "I want you to be the loudest guy on the field. Yell and scream as loud as you can." He said, "And make the noise so they can hear you from the East Coast to the West Coast, but don't open up your mouth." And I went, "Huh?" He said, and I finally understood what he meant by that. Well, Dave Winfield and Don Mattingly were an incredible 1-2 punch, and they were the loudest players in the game. I mean, the stadiums were rocking, and they were hitting, clutch hits and this and that. Aside from all of the accolades and Hall of Fame and MVP awards and all that stuff. I mean, they're great people. Their character is second to none. More than anything else, they show respect to everybody, to the game, to the teammates, and they make everybody better. They made the Yankee organization better. I'm sure of that. And they help make me better. So without further ado, please welcome the winner tonight, honoree, Mr. Dave Winfield.
Good evening, everybody. I'm glad to be here. It's been probably almost 30 years since the last time I was here. I think we, 92, we won World Series up in Toronto, and I still live back east. I lived here, but now I live in LA. And to have the opportunity to come back here and talk about my friend Donnie and see a lot of my friends here and help honor some of these players who I truly respect, I appreciate what they've done, and I hope all the best for you. One award may not be enough. Keep giving it your all every day. See what you can become. And, when it's all over, we'll look back on it. But give it your best every day. Because I can definitely tell you, I never expected when I was a youngster that I would be in the Hall of Fame or win World Series or All-Star games, things of that nature. I just did what I wanted to do. I loved it, and it all worked out. But let me say a couple of things before I talk about Donnie. First of all, congratulations, baseball writers of America. You've been around a long time. I've seen you evolve, morph, change. I can look back when I started this game professionally in 1973. A lot of things were different. It was all men, 99% white guys. No offense or anything like that. But I was there when it began to change. I remember when Susan Waldman got in, they said, let's try this woman. Let's see what she can do. And she's been able to persist and do well, make a name for herself. You're one of the leaders in that respect. Claire Smith, first, black woman to come into the clubhouse and gain acceptance. And I just have to say, I remember in San Diego, it was probably 1976, 77. Let me think of her name. She's with the Sports Illustrated. Susan, don't give me that name, you should know. She was with Sports Illustrated, and it was the first time women were allowed to go in the locker room. Melissa Ludke Lincoln. And I remember the first woman that came in there, you should have seen that escort she got out of there. Brother, nick of the neck. You're not allowed here. But the next day they told our coach, don't put your hands on her, let her come in and do her job. And that's the way it's going to be from now on. So some changes have been made. Let other changes, front offices and everything else continue to be made in the sport and in the game. And let me say, and I definitely don't want to take a long time on this, but one instance where you can't always look. There's hundreds of writers, baseball writers in particular, out there. And I remember when I was in San Diego coming up, there were maybe 3, and we didn't win a lot. There were times we lost 100 games in a season. And so there wasn't much good you could write about the team. And so many times you're on the wrong side of the ledger and you have to listen to what these guys are writing. And I remember this is what they teach in between Major League, the Players Association and MLB. They have rookie career development, and they teach these guys, this is how you at least deal with the media, so you can have a chance and not going to hold you back. Because I remember one time I said, they asked me about a manager, I'll leave his name out of this. They said, what do you think about him? And I said, well, essentially I said, we'll probably be looking at a new manager next year. I'm a young guy, I stepped beyond my boundaries, and I remember asking one of the writers, he became a friend of mine, he worked for Sports Illustrated. And he told me, he said, this one you're just going to kind of have to eat. You got to bite the bullet. You just got to be careful what you say. We had lunch, and I appreciate the things that he taught me. But I sure enough responded that way. I told the truth. Sometimes you got to butter it up a little bit. So that was one thing. So I appreciate the job that you do. It's not always easy. Number 2, I mentioned all the players. I appreciate what you're doing. We only get one shot at this thing. Give it your best and see what happens when it's all over. A couple other people I have to thank before we go on. I thank the Players Association. I've done a lot of work with them for the last more than a decade, and I was a player representative. And if it were not for them, my career would have been a lot tougher. I wouldn't be in the position that I'm in. They continue to do great work. All of you at this table here, I appreciate you. You really do a great job. And then beyond that, times are not always easy when you're playing baseball. And I was extremely fortunate. There's some luck in this game. I was lucky enough to find my wife, Tanya, in 1981. Even though the World Series didn't go our way, I just happened to meet her in that town. And we've been married since 1988. I love you and I appreciate you. And I wouldn't be who I am without you. And lastly, I really thank God for giving me the ability that I have. I found something that I loved early on. It loved me back, gave me a chance. See the world, meet presidents, do all kinds of stuff. It's been a great career, great life, and I always try to pass my knowledge and experience on to the next generation. Last thing, listen, I wish Don Mattingly was here. I wish Donnie was here. We've never really had an extended conversation on what we went through during 1984. I had a lot going on. He was a youngster. I had probably almost 10 years in the game, and our team wasn't going anywhere. The Yankees weren't, right, Bags? We weren't going anywhere that year, so people would come to the stadium and watch us just hit. And I respected Donnie a great deal. We were friends. You got to understand, I didn't have enemies on teams. I didn't particularly like pitchers on the other team. We were never buddy because back then they could knock you down, and that's the way it was. But Donnie and I watched him. He had a tremendous work ethic. If you looked at him walking down the street, you think he's probably an insurance man or teacher or something like that. Not a big guy, not bulky or anything like that, but I saw him achieve some phenomenal things that I would see Barry Bonds many times do at the plate. But when you can hit 9 home runs in 8 consecutive days, when you can get 6 grand slams in a season, 24 ribbies on 6 slams. And I would tell the pitchers, I said, you guys are stupid. You're pitching to him. I was only going to get a double. And he get these grand slams. But Donnie was a tremendous guy, great work ethic. People liked him. We were all friends. And it was just one year that we were both getting hits. I think I was hurt early in the year, and when I came back, you read the newspapers, look at the stats, and I was way down in average and RBIs. And I said, well, let me get something so I can be respectable. So every day it was just wherever the ball was pitched, I'm slashing that ball and getting hits. And at the end, I ended up hitting 340. Donnie hit 341, 342. But we were friends. He's a great guy. I wish he was here so we could, I don't know if you celebrate, this particular event. But once again, I thank the Baseball Writers Association for all you do. Like I said, you have a difficult job, but you've done a great job with this program. And keep it up. And I appreciate inviting me here. And thank you, everybody.
As Dave said, Donnie can't be here tonight. He's got a fundraiser of some sort back in Evansville, from what I understand. But he did send along a video, which we can play now.
Good evening, everyone. Sorry I couldn't be there tonight. I had a previous engagement, but nonetheless, I'm honored to be part of this award, the Willie, Mickey, and the Duke Award, and even more honored to be sharing that award with Dave Winfield, a man that I came to admire very much as a teammate, as a player, but probably as much as anything as a person who symbolized class and the way to handle yourself on the field and off the field. So again, hope everyone's having a great evening. Congratulations to all the award winners. Thank you.
thanks to Don for that and Dave for speaking. I'd also like to express our gratitude for Dave's cohorts at the Players Association, Players Inc., at tables 6A, 6B, 7A. Hello, everybody. Along with Dave's wife, Tanya Winfield, we have all the most important union folks here. Tony Clark, Bruce Meyer, Ori Corinne, Sylvia Alvarez, Jerry Krasnick, and so many others. Joining them from the Players Inc. side of things are Evan Kaplan and his crew. So thank you all very much for your help with tonight and moving forward. Our next speaker is uniquely suited to step up to the plate at this event because he combines its two foundational elements, baseball and newspapers. Did you know that the owner of the Pirates also runs a chain of 40 newspapers across the country? I did not until this week. To introduce the NL Rookie of the Year and the latest crown jewel of his franchise, please welcome Bob Nutting.
Thank you very much, and it's a real honor to be here tonight to celebrate this great game and to celebrate so many great players throughout the night. So congratulations to everyone here on the dais. It's an honor also to have an opportunity to say a few words about Paul Skenes. He certainly does not need an introduction to this group. He really is a different kind of a person, a different kind of a player. Rose quickly through our system, made his debut in May, less than a year after we drafted him. He injected a new sense of energy into our team and into our fan base. Expectations were high. He not only met those expectations, but he exceeded them. Paul went 11-3, 170 strikeouts, batting average against of only 198. Paul became the first rookie pitcher in Major League Baseball to make at least 23 starts, post a sub-200 ERA in a single season in more than 100 years. Almost exactly a year after the day he was drafted, he became only the fifth rookie pitcher to start an All-Star game since the event debuted in 1933, and the first to do so in nearly 30 years. He accomplished it with unmatched determination, unrelenting discipline, unbelievable humility. Remarkable for a young man, only 22 years old. I had the pleasure of spending tonight with Paul's dad, Craig, and his mom, Karen. It is easy to see where Paul gets his strong sense of humility, character, and determination. It's a remarkable family. You all must be really proud of Paul. You deserve to be. Congratulations to you. I also believe that Paul's connection to the military, having three uncles who have served, has certainly helped him become the man that he is. I personally have a great deal of respect for the military and the leadership characteristics that the Air Force Academy can develop and bring to the forefront in a young man. When he was at the Air Force Academy, he clearly was already a leader. Perhaps my favorite story about Paul is while playing baseball for the Academy, the baseball practice field was just below, down the hill from the football practice field. Every day at 4:45, the American flag was lowered while the national anthem plays. Earlier this day, 11 Marines had been killed in the Middle East. And clearly, everyone would stand at attention out of respect. But Paul noticed two students at the football field who didn't. The moment the last note of the anthem was played, Paul sprinted up to let them know how he felt about it. And to this day at PNC Park, when the anthem is played, Paul stands at perfect attention, showing his love for the country and respect for all those who serve. I really respect that greatly. Paul has carried that commitment, leadership, and dedication forward into his professional baseball career. He's a fierce competitor, challenges his opponents, challenges his teammates, and he expects all of us to be the best that we can be. Paul's first 2 starts happened to be lined up against the same team, Chicago Cubs. Prior to the second game, he was asked by a reporter, was he concerned about the Cubs making adjustments to their approach the second time around? He replied with a humble but confident, "Good luck." Proceeded to pitch 6 no-hit innings, striking out 11 with 0 walks. Performance so impressive, he received a standing ovation from the Cubs crowd, indicating the level of appreciation and respect for the performance, even from Cubs fans. That was fun to watch. What an amazing start to a career. Absolutely deserving of Rookie of the Year. My family, everyone at the Pittsburgh Pirates, and everyone in Pittsburgh is so proud of you. But what we're most excited about is what's yet to come, what's coming next. An incredibly talented player, incredibly high character, and incredibly bright future. It's an honor and a privilege to watch you perform in a Pirates uniform, and it's an honor and a privilege to present you with the National League Rookie of the Year award. Paul, congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Nutting. I would like to clear the air on something. I know when the award was announced, my reaction wasn't as bubbly and ecstatic as some of the other people, but I am very excited and truly honored to win this award. I want to start by saying thank you to all the writers who voted and organized this wonderful dinner. I'm honored to have won this award, and I recognize that it would not have been possible if you all had not voted for me. It is my goal and intention to make the voting very easy for you in the coming years. I want to thank God for giving me health and the ability to pursue what I love at a very high level. He has blessed me by putting so many great people in my life who have made me a better person and baseball player. I recognize that this Rookie of the Year award would not have occurred without the circle of people that I surround myself with. This award is as much a recognition of them as it is for me. I've had the privilege of sitting next to Tracy Morgan tonight, who has told me multiple times that he doesn't have any friends, he only has family. So I would like to thank my family, my big family. I'll start with my mom and dad. Thank you for supporting me physically, mentally, and emotionally throughout my entire career, my entire life. You've steered me and guided me at every stage, and I'm forever grateful for that. Lori and Kristen, thank you for supporting me. I know that you have given up countless weekends and vacations to travel all over and watch me play throughout the years. Liv, thank you for keeping my head screwed on straight. It's been a busy couple of years, and you have helped me navigate everything from Baton Rouge to New York City. I can't wait for what's to come. Matt, Michael, and the rest of the team at ISC, thank you for supporting me on and off the field and making my life easier. You've been here since the beginning, and I'm extremely thankful. All of my coaches from El Toro, Air Force, and LSU, thank you for helping me develop and putting me in positions to succeed. To Mr. Nutting, Travis, Ben, Shelty, and the rest of the Pirates organization, thank you for giving me the opportunity to live out my dream and play this game at the professional level. You all have helped me make the adjustment from college to the big leagues, and I'm grateful for the support you've all given. We're here today celebrating the ROI. I plan to be here next year celebrating the MOI with the guys in the stands right now. Yaz, Joey, and Cookie, thank you for catching me and guiding me this past year. I can't express how much I benefited from your mentorship. I would not be here right now if you guys weren't calling my games and catching my pitches. Wes, Derek, Oscar, and all the other pitching coaches that have guided me, thank you. It's been an interesting journey from catching in high school to pitching in the show, and you guys have made that possible. To all my teammates at all levels, you have pushed me and taught me so much about this game and about life. My roommate from the Air Force Academy for 2 years is going to be a combat rescue officer, so that's who I was surrounding myself with from the very beginning, and that's the quality of people that are around me now still. So thank you all. Lastly, everyone else from behind the scenes, Tim, Sarah, Chef Tony, Mike, all the athletic trainers, physical therapists, clubhouse attendants, and everyone else who's in my circle. Thank you for keeping me healthy and helping me be the best version of myself. What you all do for me and my teammates cannot be overstated. Thank you, God bless, and I can't wait till next year.
Paul, is there anything else you want to tell us about wisdom shared by Tracy Moore? Another time, he says. All right. Thank you to Paul and thank you to Bob. With us tonight as part of their party are Paul's parents, Craig and Karen, as well as Paul's girlfriend, Libby, all at table 4. And next to them at table 5 is the Pirates bunch, including Bill Nutting, Ben Sherrington, Derek Shelton, and Brian Brackey. We are getting near the end here, so I wanted to highlight my people real quick. Professionally, the group from Newsday tonight is Jeff Weinberg, Dave Lennon, and Laura Albanese, 3 key cogs in the Newsday sports machine. Thank you guys for coming. And on a personal note, I have some of my favorite people at table 18B. My 4 friends, Kevin and Kara and Chris and Michelle, all came down from Boston for this and to hang a bit. So shout out to you guys. Thanks for driving. And then there was my girlfriend, Steffi. Steffi, I'm very grateful for you. You are an amazing sounding board, editor, planner for work things like this, yes, but also in life. Baseball was what initially brought us together in the Fenway Park press box, so I am extremely glad to be able to share tonight with you. The next and final award is a fun one. It's the Joe DiMaggio Toast to the Town Award, which is presented to the player or players who best captured the city's attention. In other words, it goes to those who authored the most compelling local baseball story, and this year's winners very much fit that description. In fact, honoring this group would not be possible, would not be complete without the presence of one of their biggest fans. So let's bring out from backstage our guest of honor with the door open. Hopefully the door is wide enough for Grimace. Grimace, do you want to say a few words? All right, Grimace can't talk, so to tell their story, here is our best storyteller, Sports Illustrated's Tom Verducci.
Thank you. How about this dinner, by the way? 100 years. And this is baseball royalty up here. It's an honor to be up here, although I'm a little bit nervous because they say that you should be nervous when you meet your childhood hero. And Grimace, you are very purple. I'll put it at that. We're here to honor the New York Mets, the Joe DiMaggio Toast to the Town Award. And I cannot think of any team more deserving than the New York Mets because on May 29th, the New York Mets were toast. They gave up 7 unanswered runs late, lost to the Dodgers. Jorge Lopez decides correctly he's not going to need his glove anymore. Tosses it in the stands. Team meeting after the game. The Mets are 22-33. In the history of this game, only 2 teams were that bad that deep into the season and made the postseason. And you know what happened next? Crazy things started happening. Started with this big guy here. Oh, not Sean. We'll get to you in a minute. Grimace comes out on his birthday, throws out the first ball of the game. By the way, we've got to work with Jeremy Hefner on the extension on Grimace. Not real good. Mets run off 7 straight wins. Francisco Lindor, every time he steps to the plate, Citi Field is the biggest karaoke bar in Queens. Everywhere you look, Sean Manaea starts doing middle of the season his best Chris Sale impersonation. How do you do, Chris? Did pretty good, huh? On and on it goes. Jose Iglesias, 34-year-old infielder, hasn't played Major League Baseball in 2 years. He gets 91 hits. His biggest one, OMG remix with Pitbull. Carlos Mendoza, the manager, he's got that Joe Torre thing going on in the dugout there. Like, he knows how the story's going to end. Doesn't matter where they start. Cool as a cucumber. And his son is breaking stories on TikTok. At the end of September, the Mets go on the road for 14 days, 3,549 miles, 2 champagne celebrations, 1 hurricane, and 1 playoff pumpkin. It was that kind of year for the Mets. But here's the best part. Because we as fans, we like to hold this little conceit in our mind that what these guys are doing is a kid's game, right? Same game we're playing in the backyard as kids, Little League ball, sandlot. We try to keep that in our mind because we like to think, if we ever had that chance, we would play the game for fun with a smile on our face. That's why we're honoring the New York Mets. They reminded us how fun baseball can be. We won't remember, I don't think, they went all the way to play for the National League pennant. But I think we will remember that they played this game with so much fun and brought so much joy to a baseball fan, whether you're a Mets fan or not. So I think we should all raise a glass or a milkshake. The toast of the town, the 2024 New York Mets. Come on up, Carlos Mendoza, Sean Manaea. We got a few surprise guests hanging around.
Thank you. I'm not going to steal the show here because this is all about the players. Thanks for coming out. We had an amazing day today where we spent a ton of hours with our amazing fans at Citi Field, and thank you for these 3 guys that just show up here. Obviously, me and Sean's been here the whole night. But we had a team event at the Knicks game too, so thank you for coming up and receiving this amazing award. Look, I'm just proud of the whole group because we faced so much adversity, especially at the beginning of the year. The first couple of months, as everyone knows, it wasn't easy for us, but they stayed together. They held each other accountable. They keep having fun, and they continue to push each other. So for us to get to where we got, in Game 6 of the NL West, it was amazing. I'm just proud of the whole group. I'm still on the show here. I'm just going to turn it over to Brandon Nemo. Just congratulations.
Well, mine's pretty short and concise. I said at the end of the year that if you wrote it up as a movie, you wouldn't believe it. And, I think that explains it best that this team saw special moment after special moment, came together, and as Tom alluded to, played the game like we were 12-year-olds. We got back to having fun. And I hope it inspired a lot of young people out there today. And it looks like it inspired you guys, and I'm just glad that you enjoyed it as much as we did. Because we had an absolute blast with it. And I couldn't be more proud of my teammates in that 2024 season. I will surely not forget it. And I'm just very thankful to you guys for the toast of the town. And on behalf of our teammates, thank you to New York, thank you to the Mets fans, and thank you, writers. Got a whole room of writers in here, somebody make a movie out of it.
So much stuff has been said about the 2024 Mets, but I think my favorite part was having a concert on the field after a win. I don't think that's on anyone's bingo card as a baseball player, but I can say that that was by far the craziest thing I've ever done, and I don't know, 2025, hopefully we can do some more cool things. So thank you for the award.
Thank you, Grimace, and thank you to Brandon Nimmo, Jesse Winker, and Reed Garrett for hustling over from the Knicks game at Madison Square Garden. So the two biggest things going on in New York City tonight. Thank you to the Mets. Thank you to Tom Verducci for that awesome intro, and congratulations again to all of the award winners tonight. That's all, folks. On behalf of the Baseball Writers Association of America, thank you for attending our 100th New York chapter dinner. Thank you to Foul Territory and our Japanese partners for providing the first ever live broadcast of this great event. Have a great night and safe travels, everybody. We'll see you next year.
Hey, we're back. It's Scotty Braun. It's Erik Kratz, Ken Rosenthal, and AJ Pierzynski from Foul Territory. Hope you all enjoyed the awards event. It was streamed live for the first time. Huge shout out to Foul Territory, everyone behind the scenes, BBWAA, everyone behind the scenes, and just anyone else I'm forgetting to mention. But, we're not going to run through, obviously, a speech for it, but you know who you are. So thank you so much for putting this together and streaming it live. Super cool. A lot of people texting me, hey, I get to see this for the first time live. But let's recap it for a few minutes, and then hopefully we'll get some VIP guests rolling through here
Come
so
here.
we can say hello.
Jesse, come here.
Uh-oh.
Come here. No, come here. Oh, save
You don't
it. Come
do the
here.
TV stuff?
No, everyone's asking for you. You can't get 2 minutes. Then cover your face.
We just want to say
Sit
hi
down.
for a few minutes.
Just say hi to the people. Oh, that's the week. Why won't you come on?
Yeah. Jess,
Don't worry, Jess. We'll leave you alone.
We're based in Orlando. You gotta come on soon.
over. Uh-huh.
Oh, come on, dude. Anyway, we're talking to Jesse Winker, as some of you FT fans have asked to get him on. And we literally just asked him again in person, and he said, I don't do TV.
But wait, here comes Grimace. We can get Grimace.
We can.
We'll pass on Grimace.
No, Grimace! Come here, Grimace! Give Ken a hug. He needs a hug. Ken, right here.
Hey,
Hug
Grimace.
Grimace.
Good to see you, man. You had a great year.
Yeah.
Awesome, man.
Yes. High five, Grimace. High five. All right. Yes.
Yeah.
Never thought I'd get a high five from
He was trying to compete for Ken's job, but he hasn't said a word. So our jobs are safe. But anyway, this was fun. So first thoughts. I mean, there were some really cool speeches. And actually, for me, it's the first time I actually saw it in person, live. So really
Tarek
enjoyed it.
Scooble's speech I thought was great. And to hear him tell his story, how his story kind of matched the Tigers season. People didn't believe, or people might not have given him a chance, and he had some setbacks, and look where he came.
Mhm.
And look what the Tigers did. So that was one highlight for me. Pat Murphy was another highlight. Obviously, when he talked about his kids, 4 kids, ages 5 to 39, that left the audience kind of surprised. He said more on that later. He never really got back to it, but it was cool. And obviously, it's a New York dinner, and the Mets and the Yankees are big here. And that was a big part of this. Sean Manaea was, I think, the unsung star of the dinner.
Mhm.
People all kept acknowledging him. So it was just a nice night, as it always is.
Yes, exactly. It was really cool. I know, AJ, you probably enjoyed the Tracy Morgan speech.
That was funny.
That was good.
It was funny. It was good.
That was good.
It was good.
Yeah.
We got a guest joining
Yeah,
us here.
we're
Wait,
seconds
you gonna bring
away.
your
We're gonna
award?
get him a mic. Hold on. We
Oh,
gotta
come
give him a mic. Chris Sale's getting mic'd up right now, so bear with us for just a moment. And I'm gonna have to fix this so it doesn't look like I'm a cyborg. There we go. But we're gonna talk to Chris in a moment, and we'll have some other guests flowing through here too. But
Did Chris
yeah,
win
really
something
cool
tonight?
night. Ask him. I mean,
Chris
you're the
won
one
something. Chris
sitting
also
next
gave
to
a
him.
great speech.
He did give a great speech.
Yeah.
He did.
I didn't know you were so inspirational.
Here we go.
Not bad.
Emotion.
Ain't tricking if you got it, right?
Emotion.
Mhm.
Wow.
How was that for you? I think, the part that hit home for me was, and you're going to say it better than I do because I don't remember it word for word, but when you do feel like you're down, don't show them that you are down.
Yeah, and I just think
that along the way, right, along this journey, there's a lot of ups and downs, and the people that are there the entire time, everyone's there for the parties, right? Everyone likes the good times. Everyone's there for the celebrations. But, when you're down and out, a lot of those people aren't there. And, for me, this was almost like a recognition of everybody that got me here, because I'm nothing without them. I really am not. I'm not sitting here. I don't achieve I'm not who I am. I'm not where I'm at. I truly believe none of this happens without the people that I have, and just my family, my friends, my teammates, doctors, trainers. I mean, coach. I mean, the list goes on and on. So this was. I appreciate this a lot, because I feel like this was just a really big group effort to get me here.
Chris, your story is so inspiring. What you overcame, what you accomplished this year, and I wonder, what was the low point? What was the moment when you thought, man, I just don't know if this is coming back?
Oh man, that's a tough one, because there was a lot, just surgeries and rehabs, and it was tough. Yeah, I don't know if there was like a particular instance. 2020 was tough just because you're going through surgery for the first time and dealing with that, and then 21 missing some more time, 22 feeling like I was ready to go, getting the finger clipped off, and then 23 it's like, okay, we're back, we're starting the season, we had a good off season, blah blah blah, and then shoulder thing happened. So there was just a lot again, and I think that all of those things make me appreciate this moment more, and just again appreciate the people that got me here.
Did you always feel it was there?
No, I mean, there was definitely times of doubt. There were times where I thought I was done, and shoot, I before, like I said, I've said it before I got traded, I was planning on being done. This was going to be the last year. It's going to get everything I got. I bought a new truck. We're going to get an RV, and we're going to go travel. So I still got the truck. We don't have the RV, but those plans got pushed back a little bit, thankfully.
It can wait. What happens if you got this award 2-3 years into your career? How different would that speech have been? Because you mature. Everybody matures. You go through. You said it. You go through the tough times to be able to appreciate this.
Yeah, no doubt. I think what you said, it's just you appreciate it more. When I was younger, it was a little bit different. Things just came a little bit more natural. You know how it is when you're young. You don't have to put as much in to get as much out, right? And so yeah, I think being here and going through what I went through and learning things that I've learned and doing things the right way made this moment more special.
All right, I got to ask you. I know you won this thing. We got a guy standing behind us here. He hit a few homers.
Couple.
How many would he hit off you?
Oh man, well it depends on when he'd have caught me. I will say this: I've actually talked about him a lot. I was like, man, I missed you by what? What was your last year? 07? I missed you by 3 years, and I'd have loved to stare down that barrel. Hey, listen, I've given up homers the worst, so it would have been all right.
All right, we're gonna do a shift change, dude. Thanks for
thank you.
coming
Congratulations.
Thank you guys.
Yeah,
we got Barry
awesome.
for 1 minute. He's got to catch a flight.
Okay,
so we're
all good.
We're gonna grab the
we got you.
greatest hitter I've ever seen.
Yeah.
By far. Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Chris. All right, we're getting Barry set up. All right, while he's getting set up and mic'd up, AJ, I mean,
yes,
we talked about Barry quite a bit on
a couple
our show.
times. He called me a liar earlier, so we're gonna ask him, but yeah.
Yeah, well, tell me what you
so,
said about Barry.
I think I still have it.
You have the clip?
We're talking about clips now. People that don't know, Barry and I played together 2004. That was the year where you walked like 287,000 times, right?
Yeah.
I hit
that was
behind
the one
you.
You're talking about right here. See?
Yeah. See, that's true story.
That's true. Yeah.
See, the Willie Mays story about he wasn't going to hit a home run was true.
That's true.
And the Erik Gagne story is true.
Yeah.
He said it was true. There was more to it, but I couldn't throw the whole thing out there.
Right.
But that was true. Yeah. So the best hitter I've ever seen, no one's close. I played against Miguel Cabrera, Triple Crown. I played, with and against a lot of people. This guy right here, different solar system than everyone else. I'm sorry. He was unbelievable.
Thank you.
What do you think about Shohei, by the way?
He's good.
Yeah. Do you watch him a lot?
No.
No.
I'd be watching the Dodgers all the time then. I have to watch the Giants. I work there.
True.
But I do
Yes.
watch him. He's a very talented player.
Okay.
Different generation.
Yes, of course.
What do you think about the velo now? Would it have affected you?
Great hitters are going to be good regardless of what's going on. It doesn't matter what it is. You can hit, you're going to hit regardless. The difference just between eras is that no one's going to let you hit 3 or 4 home runs in a game in my generation as they do now. You know, I tell them like now, you guys just take batting practice in the morning, afternoon, and at night. Me, I took batting practice at 5, 7 o'clock. I hit 1 home run. I'm going to duck for the next pitch, or I'm going to move this way for the next pitch, or I'm going to walk. It's a little bit different generation, but still in the scheme of it all, you still have to have talent to do it. They're very talented athletes. I don't take anything away from them. And the great hitters are always going to be great. I don't care what shift you put on, what velo you put on. It doesn't matter. If you're a good hitter, it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm. You're going to figure it out. Yeah.
Always have and always will.
All right.
Are there guys you like watching now? Current players.
Oh, I like watching all. I like watching them all in what they do. I just wish I'm glad the game's starting to come back a little bit. See guys bunting a little bit is more
You
exciting.
never bunted.
I said I see guys bunting. I said I bunt. There's a difference between me. I ain't bunting. Get your butt on base so I can hit. But you know, just the little things that matter in the game of baseball. You know, like you get guys sitting there, oh, he shifts over here. If you want him to shift, bunt to third base, make him come back over there. You know, I'm glad that that's coming back a little bit. Steals were up a little bit. I like seeing guys run steal and stuff like that. So those things, I admire the game. So I just like each individual to play their role. Just swinging for the fence and striking out a lot to me isn't really exciting. I think it takes away from the game a little bit. I like those guys that like to hit and run and set tables for the other players and stuff like that. It's exciting for me that way because that's how I came up.
AJ doesn't gush over any player the way he gushes over you.
True.
Playing with you, talks about how great you were. So he agrees with you how great you were. What about him hitting behind you?
Bad idea.
How bad was that?
That was the worst idea of all time. Felipe Luz should have got fired for that. I'm serious.
Yeah, I always sit there and say I wasn't the greatest teammate off the field, but I was pretty good on the field.
Yeah,
I'll take a walk for you. And
Yeah.
that was the name of the game. My father, I don't really talk about myself so much because, you don't need to if you're good. People talk for you, right? And so my job is to get on base. And if I could have been selfish. I could have swung at a lot of pitches. I could have done a lot of things, but that's not how baseball is supposed to be played. My job, they don't want to pitch to me. Let my teammate do his job, and that's what he's getting paid to do.
You know what I did that year? Hit into a lot of double plays.
That's all right.
A lot of double plays.
At least you tried.
Yeah. He was trying to do something, create action.
You need to break it up at second base. Get in there
Barry's
for him.
peeling off. We didn't
I
want him
only
hurt.
peeled off
We
when
didn't
I
want
got-
him hurt.
Yeah, I only peeled off as I got older. When I was younger, I don't have 500 by accident.
Get it.
We didn't want him hurt. We needed him to hit. So trust me, I was fine with it.
Barry, what about the times when it's like you're going to get one pitch tonight? That's it. You're going to get one pitch. How would you stay focused on that and also not just be
I
kind of
trained myself to do it.
Yeah.
I took batting practice. I tell these guys all the time is I mastered batting practice. And that was my whole key to hitting was I mastered BP. Because you have a guy who throws to you every day like 72 miles an hour, and you're getting jammed in a cage, or you're popping it up, or you're doing things because you're trying to overextend a technique of hitting. It's simple to me because it's like I sit there and say my IQ is so high it kind of like insults people sometimes, but I don't mean to. It's just is what it is. But if a ball's coming at me at 72 miles an hour and I compress it in a perfect technique, the ball only travels so far if you use physics to it. Well, if the ball comes 80 and I still do the same thing, the ball just travels even further. What happens in BP is you get the guys trying to compress a 72-mile pitch just to hit it into orbit, and they're actually breaking down a technique that they shouldn't be doing. And so I just mastered batting practice in a way where I can control wherever the ball went. And then during practice, I actually played the scenarios through my head, and I played them in batting practice. I don't know how these guys don't go on the field anymore and hit. It doesn't make sense to me. I need to touch it, feel it, at least line up properly to see if I'm there. I don't care if you take 5 swings or 2 swings or whatever and go to the batting cage. But things can change out there, so I've always wanted to be in that technique. And then I played, I'm only going to get 1 pitch, so I'm 0-2 already in a scenario in my head, or I'm going to do that in practice over and over again. If I see that pattern over and over again, I'm going to beat you. And it's simple math. Why does the pitcher get 4 and I get 3? Because throwing a ball straight with a 17-inch plate that goes this wide, it's not that easy. You can go to that little amusement park, you get those 3 little things, you got that ball and you hit 2 and you miss 1. Okay, think the distance, right? Now he's got to put a wrinkle in it. Those odds drop to here, right?
Yep.
And if you guys have watched this game long enough, you've been in this game longer than me, damn near. I've been, I'm 60, so.
I'm 62.
Okay, so we've both been in this together, right? Okay? If you sit there and watch the game long enough, a guy don't swing, I guarantee you most of the time it'll be 2-2.
Mm-hmm.
You don't even have to swing a bat.
Yep.
Math, physics, the game dictates itself. So I understood it, and I understood how to do it.
Mm-hmm.
The best.
Good. Yeah.
That's
So,
it. The best.
You
The
only
best.
need one.
And by the way, I loved when you got up there. You're like, Willie's number 2. I'm number 1.
Well, 762 tells that story.
I'm
I need to
not.
explain
Listen,
myself.
you're talking to like your biggest. You're talking to like your biggest fan. Okay.
I love him. He's number 1 to me in my heart. But statistics are statistics. That's it.
Do you keep track of those to see if anyone's tracking towards any of your numbers?
I hope I'm alive when they do. I don't. The one thing is you don't get jealous over people what they do in their careers and what they. I never been jealous over anybody. Go break it. I hope I'm there to see it. You know what I mean? I did what I did. It's over. I can't do any more. And if you just happen to be better, God bless you. Just be better.
Yep.
You got records nobody's catching. Walks and that 2004 289 walks or whatever. Nobody's ever going to do that again. No one's going to intentionally walk like 200 times. No one's going to get to 700. They're not going to play long enough.
The game changes a little bit, maybe. Just different eras. That's all. If you weren't hitting 300 Meyer, you weren't in the major leagues most of them. Nowadays, it doesn't really matter. So do I want to play back then or now? I'd rather play now. I get $700 million. I got 200 times. Boy.
That's what I was asking, too.
So tell you ain't got a chance, brother. I'll call all my shots.
When you saw that contract, were you like, because that's well beyond what anyone else is making. Ohtani's, it's 700, but it's deferred, so it's 460, whatever. But Soto's money that's real.
The players deserve it. I mean, you can't take away. They're the entertainment. Okay, that just shows you how well the game's doing, right? And so you don't discredit that. You just hope the teams have enough to share it with all the other guys, because I need some of my teammates to get like 200.
Yeah.
So they stay on the team, and I don't want to be out there by myself. I don't want Soto to be out there. He doesn't want to be out there by himself, $700 million, and then you're rebuilding a franchise. That's not what he wants either. He just happens to be in the right place at the right time, and God bless him.
Do you guys reach out to you, like current players?
Yeah, I talk to a lot of them. They always talk to me about hitting. Everyone is always talking.
What do you
want
want to talk about? You want to talk about something else?
And,
I mean, you give me your number, I'll call you about something else if you want to talk about something else.
Yeah, that's what they want. I mean, they watch video view. Like, there's a guy, I won't say his name, but a good player in the bigs who texted recently and was like, "How do I get footage of Barry?" And I was like, "I think you could probably. I mean, you're a big leaguer." I was like, "You can probably get in touch with Barry.
Yeah,
if you want to talk to him."
The name of the key to hitting is just getting in the hitter's count. If you get in hitter's count, you have a better shot. But educating a lot of the guys when they're with me and we're working out and training and I'm going through this and I'm going, your main objective is just you in the picture. Okay. If you can focus on just that and you and isolate everything else out of your mind, your success rate technically is better and you won't be angry at everything else. So if I had a line drive to second baseman, he's out of the equation. He already lost. Even though he's clapping like he got me out, you got beat. Your goon saved you. Okay? So now, if I don't try to hit that same spot again, which technically I might miss it and go over, hit a line drive over his head or do something else. If I chase the two of them, 2 against 1, I can't win. My refocus still needs to be on my opponent in front of me, and eventually his goon will disappear. But what happens is a hitter will go, bam, he made a great contact, did everything perfect, come back, and try to improve on that. And you can't. Once perfection is there, it's there. Try to maintain it the next 4 bats. You might be 3 for 4 because his goons don't get in the way. You gave him too much credit when he already lost the equation. And once they can realize that, they'll calculate the math and they might beat him more often.
Barry, Shohei this year goes 50-50.
Mm-hmm.
Willie, in his day, that wasn't a thing.
No.
Really, in your day, it wasn't that much a thing. 40-40 became a thing.
I could have done 50-50
What could you have done?
in 94.
Okay.
On the strike
The
year,
strike year.
you look at the numbers, I would have done 50-50 that year. Because I already had 39 home runs with 29 stolen bases in the strike. Matt Williams would have hit 60 plus, and so would Bagwell, because they had like 40-something home runs during that strike too. So 94 would have been, for me, would have been, if any time I could have done it was then. After that, no. That's incredible to do 50-50. I don't care who you are.
Mm-hmm.
Just running that much is tiring.
Yes.
And then he's going to pitch again this year.
I think he needs to stay at DH and do what he does best.
You think so?
He's a great – that's going to tire him out. I think it's just too much on him. I think what he does and what he brings to that team right now, why change something that's going great? You know, I think maybe come in as a reliever because he's so solid, so hard throwing. He's got that great slider, you know, split and everything. It's great. Come in, throw an inning or two or something, but maintain what you do well.
Mm-hmm. All right, before you go, I got to ask one question. We went to Japan together in 2002.
Mm-hmm.
I want to ask you if you remember this at bat. This is Barry Bonds' greatness summed up in one at bat. There was one of the Japanese. We played the Japanese All-Star team. The guy threw you a split, and you swung and missed.
Mm-hmm.
And you looked at him, and you went like this, and you went like this.
I remember
and
that.
then you pointed like you're going to go deep. And the next pitch, he threw it higher, and you hit a home run.
Yeah, I remember that.
You remember that, right?
I remember that.
Like,
yeah.
I've
Well,
literally
you're
never
supposed to be
seen nothing
telling
like
people
that. It was you were in the box. You literally look at him and go like this, and then you pointed Babe Ruth style, and then you hit a home run. And I remember I was with Pat Burrell. We were in the dugout, and we both just looked at each other, and no, there's no way that just happened. And like this.
You're right. You're right. I'll give it to you. I did a lot of crazy stuff on that baseball field. A lot of it. I predicted a lot of things. You're right. I did.
But
the Erik Gagne thing was just Erik Gagne, and I was in Japan, and he was most dominant, reliever at the time. And I just said, if you get over 3 runs, you throw 104 miles an hour, mano a mano. Let's go for it, right? Where you can't lose a game. You and me. You beat me, you name it. I beat you, I name it. And then he threw me that curveball. And see, the curveball wasn't the deal. So when he threw me the curveball, if you really look at me, I looked at him like, okay, brother, don't. I'm going to get real angry. And then, and I named it, right? And that was just it. But, I broke all my records at home. You're right about that.
Yeah, I know.
Because I wanted to.
I know.
It was just, those are my family and friends and fans, and I can predict when I wanted to do it at times. Not always, but a lot of times.
That's really cool.
All right, go get on your flight.
I just flew in here, got and I'm going to fly back home.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
We
people
appreciate
love
you
hearing
stopping.
from you.
Yeah.
So thanks for joining us, Barry.
You're welcome, guys. You're
Appreciate it. Good to see you. Awesome. Yeah, that's right.
I don't do too many shows.
No, I know.
We did. I appreciate it.
Well, that was cool. Great to have Barry on, obviously, as we continue to chat with everyone here at the BBWAA awards event here that just concluded maybe about 20, 25 minutes ago. Appreciate everyone that's still with us. Obviously, there's, as I mentioned at the top of the show, baseball royalty here. You don't get this opportunity.
No, and if you're listening, you're watching just now, we know he was the greatest hitter of our time.
Yeah.
Also might be the smartest.
Yeah, exactly.
Smartest. Thanks, Barry.
Thanks, Barry. Good to see you.
And the way he described hitting as a math equation and all that, it was kind of crazy to hear. I would imagine, Erik, as a player.
That's crazy. I mean, all the things he was saying, you're like, dang it. Because when you're going well, it's simple. It is exactly what he says. When you're not going well, a lot of goons out there catching the balls. I've never heard anybody call them goons, but I might use that from now on.
Were the guys on his team goons when they were fielding?
Hey,
when he was a goon?
was a goon when he was getting his goon
good left fielder, yeah.
Right. I don't know if this is the right comp, but, I covered Miguel Cabrera, obviously not Barry. I wasn't in baseball, but I remember being around Miggy, and he was such a natural that we've made fun of him on the show, being like, he would say, oh, just do this and do that. And everyone's like, well, we can't, the other players would be like, we can't do that. And I do feel like Barry actually speaks in a different way, if that makes sense.
I think he does. Miguel Cabrera had that intellect.
Mm-hmm.
Manny had that intellect. He didn't express it necessarily.
Ramirez.
but Manny Ramirez,
Yep.
yes. And Barry obviously is a really smart guy, eloquent in his way. And to hear him break that down like that, AJ, that was
Yeah, that's
special.
cool. He coached. Also, people
He
might
was a
forget.
hitting coach for a year with the
he
Marlins.
coached with the Marlins, and they had a blast with him.
Listen,
I remember.
I mean, say what you want about him, but what you saw, that's how he was. If you could get him away from
us.
Yeah, kind of, sort of. Like that's how
Yeah,
he
no,
is,
it
though.
was definitely
Like
like
when
that.
he
Great.
honestly,
I'm
when
like-
he said,
yeah,
he was the greatest teammate when he stepped in the box, like legitimately, when he came up to bat, if he didn't hit a home run, you were like, what? You were like, how the hell did he not hit a home run?
Is he mad at one of you guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm
Which
telling
one
you,
of you pissed him off?
the stories of like when I tell these stories about him and how great he was, those like he admitted, like he's like those are true stories. When I told the story about him not going to hit a home run until we got home, he wanted to break Willie's record at home. He hit his 700th homer at home. It was all these things that he could do. And I'm telling you, the story I asked him about in Japan, he literally went like this to the pitcher. The pitcher's looking, he got him to swing and miss his split. He literally looked at the pitcher and goes, and gave Babe Ruth call my shot. Next pitch, the guy threw and he hit a home run. I'm telling you right now, I've never seen anything like. So Matsui came up tonight, and someone was talking about Matsui.
Yep.
With Ichiro. Well, we were in Japan. They had a home run derby between Matsui and Barry. Now Barry didn't care. Barry's like Barry literally didn't care. He's like, I don't care. I want Matsui to win. We're in Japan. I want him to beat me. Well, Matsui was so nervous he couldn't hit a home run. They had to go, like Barry literally was like, I want Matsui to win. We're in Japan. We're in the Tokyo Dome. He plays for the Giants. This is a big deal. Like he has to win. He couldn't hit a home run. He was so nervous. They had to go like extra swings until Matsui finally hit a home run. Barry was like not hit. I think Barry ended up winning like 2-1, but it was like the craziest thing I've ever seen because he's like, I want Matsui to win. And he was so nervous he couldn't do it.
Jeez.
It was unbelievable.
And Barry said about he was a great teammate on the field. Kevin Franzen, who's been on the show, hung out. Now is the color guy with the Nats on TV.
But former player.
Former player was a rookie. And some of the guys didn't treat Franny very well. He said Barry treated him like gold. So everybody has, their perception of him. To me, listen to the people that were actually there.
Well, he was a man of many faces.
Yes.
And those perceptions, those very perceptions existed for a reason. And yes, certain people swore by him.
Yep.
Certain people were not as enthusiastic. And I read something, actually he said this when his career was over, that he needed that edge. Call it meanness, call it whatever you want, with us, the writers, and others, to be great. That's what he had to be like. Now, I don't always love that, right? We don't always love that. You can be nice and still be great, but that was him.
Yeah.
And, man, he was something else.
Yeah. To be at that level.
Yeah.
Guys are usually looking at things a little bit different.
We got to go with a cool trophy sit down.
Yeah. Ooh, that is nice.
Yeah. Is it a trophy?
Wait, have him hand it off while he's getting set
give
up.
me that. I want to hold that one.
Tarek, can you hand it off? Tarek Scooble's getting set
What are you
up.
trying to say? I'm not that old.
I don't know. I'm just warning you. I was surprised.
Don't
Be
let him
careful.
drop it.
You're surprised at how heavy it is?
I won an
Yeah.
award, guys. I want to thank the
It
Academy.
says Tarek Scuba.
Oh, darn it. I want to thank the Academy.
Plaque or is it a trophy?
I don't know. It's heavy, though.
It's got to
I
be
mean,
plaque.
It's a trophy
yours.
plaque.
It's yours.
Yeah, it's got to be plaque. If this
Yeah.
thing wasn't there, I'd say trophy. But
Be honest, is it cooler than the MVP? Like, look cooler looking.
probably not.
No, come on.
No,
No,
I
it's
don't
got the
think-
fingers and
We had
everything.
I think it's
MVP
cool.
is sick though. Most valuable player of the whole league.
Okay.
Yeah, but you're the most
meaning
valuable
of it,
pitcher.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then most valuable player, I think, is like a little bit above it. In my
Wait,
eyes.
you guys are asking two different questions. They're saying the actual
trophy.
Trophy.
Yeah.
Of course.
Oh,
Tarek
okay,
wants
okay,
the
No, we're
okay,
talking
okay,
just
okay.
the actual
MVP is
trophy they
cooler.
hand you.
Yeah, this is a badass one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This one's
thank
sick.
you.
Yeah,
It
this
is
one's
cool.
sick.
Hey, I'll start this way. So we just did our post show, or post awards wrap up, and we were talking about what stood out. And Ken actually said Scooble's speech really hit home. So I don't know if you want to tell him what you said.
Just how your path paralleled the team's path this year.
Yeah.
And people don't know all the time, Tarek, how much you guys certainly go through in individual cases. Not all guys have the struggles you did, but I imagine tonight, given all that you went through, was that much more satisfying having been through all that and knowing there were down times.
Yeah, no, I mean, in my career, but also kind of it's a little bit similar to my time with the Tigers too. I've been a part of 5 teams that have sold at the deadline, and then obviously we go and do what we did last season was great. You know, it took a ton of pressure off me, putting pressure on myself to go kind of chase down an award like this, and just got me mentally back into, you know, trying to win games and trying to make the playoffs. So, you know, as much as the playoffs was huge for our team, it was also huge, you know, for me to be able to accomplish something like this. But I mean, everyone's career is pretty unique, and mine's unique to me, you know, and I think it's important to have kids out there understand that you can come from all different backgrounds and kind of achieve what you want to achieve if you put work in. So, yeah.
When all those dudes were getting traded and your name was kind of floated out there, did that distract you? Did you ever think there was a chance that you were going to go to one of these teams that, for you guys were looking way up at that point in the season?
Yeah.
Oh man, Orioles could trade a boatload for me. I could be on that team. They kind of cratered. Oh, whatever team. Did you ever think about that, and how did you handle that?
Yeah, I think there's every trade deadline for the last, you know, 2 or 3. I've kind of been, my name's kind of been, you know, floated around, and the first one probably impacted me a little bit different than the time since then. You just learn kind of how to deal with it. But, you know, when you're on the TV, I just kind of either leave the room if it's on the TV, or I turn it off, you know, or change the channel. I don't really want to, nor do I want my teammates to kind of be thinking about that stuff. You know, I think that's kind of where there's a little bit more of an impact, is you're losing guys that anytime you trade away somebody, it sucks. You know, it always is going to suck as a teammate. But, yeah, I just kind of turn the TV off, and at the end of the day, all I can control is me doing my job, and that's really it, you know.
I'd have 2 for you, and it goes off what you just said. Do you guys win the DS if Jack Flaherty doesn't get traded?
I saw this clip.
No, because we asked Jack.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I mean, I love Jack. He's a hell of a talent. That's such a. I would say, I mean, if there's a guy I want on the mound, that's not me on our team. I want him on the mound.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, last season was special. K per 9 was, I think, career high. Walks per 9, career low. That's kind of the formula, right? In the postseason, is you want guys that can miss bats and get you out of trouble. And, you know, you saw his starts. I think he only had one bad one. All the other ones were pretty dominant, you know, in terms of who he is. And he was going through some stuff too, you know, physically with his body, and just him being able to take the ball every 5th day. You see the toughness that kind of guy has. And I think he, you know, has the respect to the guys in our clubhouse. And, you know, I'd love to have him back for
he's
sure.
a free agent, by the way. Tell Scott Harris who's here. Hinch is here. Tell him, hey,
I'd love to have him back.
Flaherty's a free agent.
Yeah, that business side of the game, I just don't quite understand yet, you know, why he's not with the team. But
have you texted Jack
about
coming back?
No,
okay.
not like I saw a little rumor. I go, hey, what's up? And had that little conversation. But yeah, I'd love to have him back.
How much Hinch introduced you tonight and gave a great introduction to you? And he said, you know, you guys had the pitching chaos and the whole deal, and you get to the playoffs, and you were the one guy you could count on. How much pressure is on you when you know you're basically the only starter you guys really had? So you have to go 6, 7, 8 innings every time out. At some point, you're like, man, I got to do everything, right?
I think
on your day.
Yeah, I mean, I look at it as a privilege to have the trust that he instills in me, and the organization, you know, instilled in me, and the guys in the clubhouse, you know, kind of how they felt too. So it's huge to have that trust with our guys, because I think on days that I went, myself included, we all expected to win, you know, and it showed, you know, and it was fun to be a part of. But also the other, you know, 12 guys we had were really good in their roles. You know, I think the chaos wouldn't have worked, you know, if it didn't work, it wouldn't have became what it became. You know what I mean? You know, I think if guys struggled, or, you know, we weren't winning, I don't think the chaos happens. You know, we probably go to a more traditional route, but the fact that it was winning, you know, working and winning, what those guys did, I thought was even more impressive, because no one knew what day they were throwing. Routines were all thrown off. Guys are getting called up from AAA that didn't have as much success in AAA as they probably would have liked, even if you asked them. And they're getting called up, and they're doing it on the biggest stage, you know, for us. You know, Sean Gunther's one that comes to mind. He comes in Houston and lefty and shoves, and walks off the mound with the biggest set of balls that you've ever seen. And it's like, look at his career, you know, or his, you know, backstory. It's amazing. So watching those guys do that, was just as impressive as anything that I did on the mound.
Do you remember that feeling, sitting in the dugout? Because we were watching and getting excited for these games. That feeling sitting in the dugout after the Guardians had taken the lead, because they showed right your camera right on your face in the dugout, and you were like, what was going through your head in that moment when you sat down?
Yeah, I've lived it a lot. I'll live it again for you guys. Yeah, it was tough. Obviously giving up a grand slam, 5 runs in 1 inning. Those are the only runs I gave up in the postseason. Was just happened to be in 1 inning. Yeah, it was tough. In the moment, you feel like you let the team down, right? But what I loved about that whole situation was AJ didn't take me out of the game. He left me in the game. I go out and get 3 more outs for our team.
Show, by the way.
Hinch leaves me in the game.
Yeah,
that's true. Leaves me in the game, lets me go get 3 more outs, and I was ready to go as many more outs as he needed out of me. I think that was pretty cool, and just to have that trust and respect out of your manager in that situation when we're down 5 to whatever we were, it was cool. And kind of, the season ends, right? But it was a cool clubhouse afterwards. No one was down on themselves. Everyone was like, hey, let's run it back. And I think that was pretty special, to be a part of. There was, a couple guys that are down, and it's like, hey, we were running with house money and we had a hell of a run. So it was fun.
Okay, let's get something a little more positive. Where are you putting that trophy? Or the plaque, trophy, whatever.
Yeah.
Because Sale was here and he said he gave it to his dad. So
yeah.
Are you going to hang it in your house? Because Corbin Burns hung it in his locker. So everyone that walked by had to bow down to it, remember?
Yeah.
He had it above his head in his locker.
Yeah,
so,
the one thing I didn't like about, not that I didn't like winning the Cy Young, was the award waited until today to get it when I won it 2 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I would have been in my office every day with it behind me. I'm playing my video games, look back, Cy Young, playing my video games. Yeah, it'll probably come with me to Lakeland and then Detroit and then back to Arizona.
While you're in Lakeland, I got a great place for it.
What do you?
My house. I live 30 minutes from there.
You live in Lakeland?
I live in Orlando.
Orlando.
You just drop it
That's
right
not
off.
Lakeland, dude.
It's close enough.
It's not
Trust. Tarek was looking at me. He's like, "You live in Lakeland?
Yeah,
You live in Lakeland?" He's like,
I literally
"I
asked
kind of
Chris
like
that.
to."
I
He's
go,
from
I go,
Lakeland. He went to Lakeland High School.
Lakeland? He goes, no. That's right.
No,
your
but no.
side is closer to Lakeland, right? Your side of Orlando.
Yeah, Southwest
because
side.
I'm not
Disney
close.
side.
Well, my question is, why would he put it in your house?
Well, would you rather have it in Lakeland in some random house or my house? It's secure.
How
Yeah,
about
I'd
where he's
actually may
living?
not go to Lakeland with me because I'm staying in not
now,
my own home.
now you're
I'll
there.
probably have it shipped up
Yes.
to Detroit.
Have your wife bring it when she comes to Detroit.
Maybe I'll bring it. I like that. Bring it to the clubhouse and
just put it in.
maybe I might hang it above my locker. Yeah, that might be a good idea.
Yeah,
That might be a good
it would be
idea.
motivating for the rest of the staff.
Yeah.
It's not a bad idea.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, we might be able to do something like
He's
that.
way too humble to do that.
course.
He's way too humble to do that. But it's a flex.
Yeah. Hey, I got one more for you. So you're the best pitcher in the league. We saw Boris here today. Does he ever get any phone calls in the offseason from the Tigers? Like, hey, you want to have a little conversation about Tarek long term?
You should ask him.
We tried. He won't come on.
No, he is.
Yeah.
No. Don't say he won't come
he
on.
will.
He will.
He will.
Scott just
He's just
said.
trying. He's got a couple guys
He's
got to
got
sign.
a little
first.
more work to finish
Yeah,
up.
he's
but
got some guys he's got to take care of.
Yeah. You let him handle all of that?
Yeah. I trust him with everything. He's led me nothing but to the right places, and
Mm-hmm.
the way he's handled my career and through the whole draft process, he's been great. So I truly meant what I said, when he gives me every resource to where the whole business side of the game, I don't like thinking about it. I don't really want to handle it. I'll let the guys who are, I pay to handle it, and I'm going to go play baseball. So that's what I love the game. That's where I want to keep my focus.
Okay, cool. And you feeling good about the roster?
Yeah,
heading in?
yeah. No,
there could be like one more.
But like Bregman
Yeah.
looked kind of good. In
There might be
Old
one
English
more.
D, right?
He would look
He's a
really
Boris
good.
guy.
He would look really good.
He's not just
I'm
a
sure he
Boris guy.
wants
He's
it.
a Hinch guy.
He's a Hinch and Boris
Yeah,
guy.
we got the connections.
Yeah.
We got the
There
double
there
trouble
is.
there.
Yeah, Tiger fans they're keeping an eye on it.
Yeah,
so.
no, I'm excited. The team that we had last year, we were the youngest team in the big leagues,
Mhm.
the youngest postseason roster probably in a long time. I'd love to see the numbers on that. So we didn't lose anyone on that postseason roster to free agency or non-tender or anything like that. So going to be a lot of growth in that sense too. So I'm excited to see kind of the future, and I'm excited to see the guys in Lakeland too. It's going to be a ton of fun, and to compete against each other early is fun, and then take that right into spring training and start beating other teams up pretty good.
Yeah, that's the beauty of the young teams. They're all under team control. So you're like, hey, everyone's coming back.
Yeah, we're not losing anybody.
That is true.
A few more weddings. That's the issue.
No, they had a billion.
Our team loves it.
Yeah.
Every offseason, we're young, married, engaged. We love it.
It's crazy.
Too many weddings.
That's
There were
good.
stories
Focus on the
about it.
game.
Exactly.
You got the off-the-field stuff. Let's focus on baseball.
Focus on the field. That's what you want.
Oh, yeah.
Good to see you, dude.
Yes, sir. I
Congratulations.
appreciate
Great
it.
speech.
Yes.
This was
Thank
really
you.
fun.
Thank you. I
Great
appreciate
to have
it.
you. Appreciate you. Tarek Scuba with us on FT. We'll keep chatting as he does his thing. So it's been a fun night to get to talk to these guys.
No doubt.
Yeah. Yeah.
And also to see them away from the field, kind of in a relaxed mode.
Yes.
It's a different feeling. It's a different perspective on them and who they are and how they speak. Even it's different than the way they speak during the season.
Right.
So often guys will say, "Hey man, I can't think about what I'm accomplishing right now. We got to go," and it's true.
Mm-hmm.
The player has to stay focused, but here they can reflect a little bit on what they have done, and to hear Scooble and Sale do that, it was very cool.
Right. Sometimes you get, or every time you get a player asked, in the clubhouse post game, like, what do you think about this individual award, that individual award? You're never going to get an answer from a player during the season saying, yeah. I mean, besides, hey, I want to do the best I can. So if that produces that award, cool. But they're not going to give you the real context. That's why in the offseason you say, hey, did you reflect? Right. Then they can actually spend that time before.
I mean, I covered Cal Ripken for a long time, and we would ask him career type questions, and he'd say, guys, I'm in the middle of it. End of my career, maybe we can talk then. And you understood it.
Yep.
You can't look at that just like let's say Scuba wanted to win the Cy Young. Well, what's going to get in the way of winning that? Like, what if start 2 gets in the way of winning us? Like, he's got to focus on that pitch in that start, that workout, pre-start, all that stuff. I get it. It's boring answers. But if you don't do that,
everybody who covers the game understands that.
Yeah.
If you cover the game for any length of time, that's a question they can't answer in the moment. But that's why I'm saying here, you hear a little bit different perspective, and that's cool.
Right. We can actually say, you have the award in your hands.
That's right.
Where is it going? What do you think about it? That part is cool. Yeah, because you're not going to get that during the season.
And to hear him say, again, to repeat what we said earlier, how the team had a 0.2 chance of making the playoffs at one point and made the playoffs, and that was his career. That was something that I had not heard from him before and probably had not said before publicly. So his career path paralleling the team's path, paralleling the city's path back, it was very interesting to hear.
I didn't even realize, because I'm just not traveling for playoffs these days. We're just doing our shows digitally, that he was wearing the 0.2 shirt every time.
Yes.
Unless you're on that series or something, or I guess someone's taking photos every day. That was what he was wearing, the 0.2% chance, which a lot of the fans kind of gripped that too, which was whatever, fan graphs or one of those kind of stat sites that dictates, through their algorithm, hey, what's the percentage chance that you're going to make the playoffs? The Tigers story was ridiculous this year. And it required 2 prongs. It was the Tigers to go on an insane run and the Twins to fall apart.
Right.
If the Twins were just, I want to say, they were really bad. If they were just kind of bad, they would have been in the playoffs. It's just how it
happens.
Yeah.
I actually wanted to ask him about at the deadline when they did sell. What's the mood in the clubhouse, whatever the day was, August 1st or 2nd, because it couldn't have been good.
No.
And yet they bound together and they came out of it, and they did it in the most unorthodox way I've ever seen a team do it.
Yeah.
That chaos stuff was real, and he made a great point saying how each of those pitchers did their jobs in their roles. It doesn't happen without that. Obviously, he's the anchor, and he has to do what he's doing. But for those relievers and spot starters and everything they had going to work, those guys all had to be really good.
And they had to learn it right away, and that's the part that was kind of crazy to us, was most of the time it doesn't play out that way.
Right.
You're like, this guy has not been in any moments like this.
Right.
And you feel it. And we saw it even plenty of times. You see it every postseason. We saw it plenty of times this past postseason. Even, I want to say NLCS, there were some Mets-Dodgers moments with certain pitchers that were put in spots that they weren't used to. And you're like, this guy can't throw a strike. But that's normal.
Yes.
That's where
Yes.
the Tigers were outliers. We're like, when is this going to stop? Because nobody's really done much here yet. So it was cool to remember it.
and they said 0.2% to make the playoffs.
Yeah, that's
I bet the
where
number's
they were
way
at.
lower than 0.2% of a ninth rounder sitting here with the
That's
Cy
true.
Young Award with.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm
Who
not
endured the
good with
injuries and the surgeries. Yes.
So much.
That's the amazing part of the game. That's what I love the most about the game. Guys who defy the odds and do things that miraculous is too strong a word, but certainly inspiring, impressive, all of that. And that happens in this sport a lot.
Way more
than it's
other
not
sports.
unusual. And
Yes.
it is the coolest part to me. I always tell guys when I'm covering them, talking to them, guys who did what Chris Sale does, and even what Scuba did. That's my favorite part of the game. When guys defy the odds, when they defy their front office's expectations,
Yes.
and then they go succeed.
Right, because fans follow storylines, and those storylines are storylines that you would want to see in a movie.
Yes.
And in the NBA, like I followed it a lot when I was a kid. I don't follow it as much now. You don't get stories like that very often.
No.
Sure, there's the occasional, hey, he's signed a 10-day contract. Now he's actually contributing, whatever.
Jeremy
but it's
Lin.
rare that you just, right. Linsanity, those kind of moments. It's rare that all of a sudden turns into the best player in the league. Like the best player in the NBA or the best players have been the same guys over and over again. So that part's really cool. Apparently, we're working on one or two more, and then we'll call it a night. So we might get AJ Hinch as these guys are coming through here, finishing up. And AJ spoke, and obviously AJ's always a great speaker, but just kind of thinking back to what he said and a few of the other speeches, if you've been with us for a while, that really stood out. We started getting into Tracy Morgan. I personally loved having him here. He was hilarious. Even in his moments where he lost his spot in the speech, the ad lib is just, it's next level.
Actually,
that's why he's a
though,
professional.
It made me feel good knowing that that's possible for any of us on any moment in TV. And here's Tracy Morgan, one of the greats, and he's losing his place too.
But the difference,
celebrities are just like us.
Yes, except that when he's looking for his spot, it's hilarious. And if I lost my spot, they're like, "Oh, I feel bad."
Right, you look like an idiot.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm like, I don't know what to say. So, all right. Anyway, let's bring in our next guest, AJ Hinch, Tigers manager, joining us right now, right after school. So perfect timing.
Oh, perfect.
Dude. Yeah. How
He
was
can
that
just
for
be
you?
AJ.
That was pretty awesome.
Oh, right. We can call him AJ since Pierzynski's not on the set right now.
I mean, no comment.
The real AJ.
Yeah, no comment. Exactly. I mean, there's a lot. That's a long history.
Yes.
I tell you what, I've gotten a chance to come to this dinner before, and I've been lucky enough to be around a lot of award winners and things like that. Being on that stage and being able to present to him at this time in this organization at that point of his career, super rewarding for me, and just an incredible night to honor, one of the guys that was a key component of a playoff team and kickstarting, a dominant, hopefully run for, foreseeable future for him.
Do you feel like this is the last time you can look back at 24? You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
Ken mentioned, we're so close to spring training. This is like that one little last look back appreciation, and then you're going to be in Lakeland.
So one of our first base coach, Anthony Iapoce, who's been around the league in a couple different places, is like, he's famous on our team for saying, hey, the moment's over. Like, as soon as a guy hits a homer, he's not going to give you a high five at first base. He's not going to love on you too much. He's like, the moment's over. So maybe tonight the moment's over for 24 and get to 25. I'll reminisce one more time with our team, because we have to acknowledge that people are going to look at us a little differently because we're coming into the season, coming off the playoffs and the run and all that stuff. And so the standards, are kind of new and it's set. And I think, we have an opportunity. I've said it forward, like, hey, I want to win the division, and to do that, we got to go over through Stephen Vogt's team. We got to go through the Royals. We got to go through Minnesota and do our part. So hopefully we just don't wait till the last 6 weeks to do it and get off to a better start.
AJ, when Tarek was here, he mentioned how the team is sold at the deadline every year of his career, essentially.
Yeah.
This year, after you traded Flaherty and where you were at that point in the season, how did you hold it together? How did you get to the point where that run was possible?
Well, I needed a day or two, because I don't love it at all. I mean, obviously, as the manager, you want to win and you want your players to win and you want them to experience it. And I remember having a meeting shortly after the deadline, and we got in our room and got everybody together. I got everybody's attention, and I looked around. I'm like, hey, who's won in here before? And Matt Vierling, who was with the Phillies on their World Series team, was one of the only guys that could actually raise his hand and say, hey, I've won before. Nobody else had won, and certainly nobody had won as Tigers. And so I asked what kind of team you want to be and what we need to do in order to be better. And the next day, guys like Erik and Riley Green and we got Carp healthy, got Riley healthy. We started to buy into. I mean, I meant it when I said like Erik Skubal and pitching chaos. Like it was chaos, but it was the best chance for us to win more games. And the more we won, the more confident we got. And look where it took us.
What do we not know about Erik Skubal? I mean, he's on a national stage. He's the guy. He's your horse. He was sitting here with his award.
Yeah. He's accessible,
humble.
too.
He's accessible. He gets it. Like he's just very aware. But what do we not know about him?
So, I mean, obviously, he's a guy that probably hates losing more than he likes winning. Like he is a very, very high bar for himself. His standards are really high. Like all these dudes, these aces, these front of the rotation dudes, like they're amazing, right? With what they do and how they go about it. The prep is there. I think the accountability part is what fans and people around the game don't know. He'll have a bad game, I'll pull him out. And Erik has had so many good games. I've gotten to witness it from the top row, and he hates coming out of games. And so there's always that interaction, like, hey, I'm coming out of the game. If I can do it on the mound, it's public. He won't really embarrass me or won't try to be too big a deal. One day I brought him into the dugout, and I was like, hey, listen, I'm going to go with somebody different. You're done. And he's like, why? And I'm like, why? And he's like, tell me I sucked. Tell me I sucked. He just wanted to know. Tell me I sucked.
Yep.
And that became like kind of a funny story between him and I to say all he wants is accountability.
And yet he said when you left him in that game against the Guardians, when he gave up the 5 runs, that was a big deal to him, that you didn't take him out.
I'll trust him, until he can't pitch. I mean, he is the guy you want on the mound in the biggest moment of the season, and I'll put him on the mound every single chance I get.
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't take him. He's a monster. So if
He
he says he's going back out,
you let him.
You do it. You do it. Charlie Manuel.
You know what the best part of this part was is that we stayed on air and we stayed in the interview when Pierzynski tried to come in. So
Yeah,
we did
I
show
like
him
exactly.
like he was in control.
Yeah,
So appreciate you, boys.
You're the real AJ.
The real AJ.
We'll
The
see
real
you later.
AJ.
All right, we'll
You
see
did
you later.
it. Good stuff, AJ. Great to see you. Appreciate you. AJ Hinch with us, Tigers manager. We'll get ready for Pierzynski coming back and Skenes as well. So stick with us for just another moment here on FT. It's like FT Live post game or post award show. So we'll finish up. This will be our last of the night. We're pretty excited about it. So we'll get set up in just a second here. But obviously, even just post show just now, getting Skubal and obviously Hinch explaining all of that was really cool. So I think we're good to go. All right, let's do it.
Yeah.
Paul Skenes joining us right now, Rookie of the Year in the National League.
Dude,
Paul,
big son of a bitch, by the way.
He got taller. He got taller
and I was
since he
like,
got the
whoa.
award.
Yeah.
Dang. All right.
What was your favorite part of the night?
Oh man, sitting next to Tracy Morgan.
Yeah,
yeah.
That was here the whole time.
Yeah, he was alternating between me and Erik, and I think we were kind of giving each other looks a little bit, like, all right, who wants to take the next shift?
What was the funniest?
Talking to him.
What was the funniest thing that he said?
Yeah, no, can't.
No. I saw him practicing his speech at one point.
No, so he was studying it when he wasn't talking to us too. He was studying it, which makes it a little bit funnier, I think, when he lost his spot. But hey, that meant that he got to kind of give us some of his raw thoughts a little bit. But yeah, it was cool.
Dude, he smells good. I gotta know.
Yeah.
Like, what are you wearing? Because it smells good.
Just some Bath and Body Works cologne.
Wow,
I didn't know Bath and Body Works was on.
They're thriving
They
now.
are
Bath and
thriving.
Body Works is a
Thriving
good
now.
spot.
Wow.
They
I
made
know.
a big
Oh, by the way,
comeback.
by
They
the way,
did.
I don't know if we can show this, but
What?
I mean,
Oh, nice.
Sorry
Okay.
about
The
that.
whole time.
Yeah.
sorry
Paul.
about that.
Why does it say Roy? I don't get it. I don't get what
It's a little different than MVP.
Little bit, yeah.
It's a little different.
That's
Yeah,
right.
give it time.
That's right. So when you were up there, and obviously, you talked about how you want to make it easy for writers, right? Can you explain like kind of the backstory of what you're thinking there when you're like, all right, I want to make sure that this is a unanimous decision when I'm going into season after season to be a Cy Young, and how you're kind of trained brain-wise because you're new to the league. This was your first year.
Yeah, I mean, that's the goal. You saw what Erik did with the unanimous Cy Young award. I think that's, probably the coolest honor in terms of getting an award like this is the unanimous Hall of Fame selection too, like having everybody kind of agree that, you're the guy a little bit. So, hopefully, that's the goal. That's, one of the things that's pushed me a little bit this off season. So, just, something to work for and look forward to next year.
Paul, toward the end of the season, there was a great debate. Paul Skenes, Jackson Merrill, even Jackson Churio entered the conversation. How much were you paying attention to that? How much were you conscious of just the question of who was going to be the Rookie of the Year?
Yeah, I mean, the only reason I really saw it and paid attention to it is just because it was kind of on the TVs in the clubhouse, and then we had fans, kind of yelling it at me in the stands. So other than that, I didn't see a whole lot of it. But yeah, I mean, it's one of those things like, we win the Rookie of the Year, and then we go on and have a great career, or we don't. And so the Rookie of the Year is kind of like, it's cool and all, but there's still a lot to be accomplished. So they both had really good seasons. I got to face Churio. I didn't get to face Merrill. Got to meet him. Got to meet both of them. But there's going to be a lot of battles in the future. So I don't, got the award this year, which is great and all, but we're going to get to face each other a lot, over the next, hopefully many years.
What's next?
Spring training.
I mean, obviously. What, in your mind, are you thinking, you saw Scooble, you saw Sale, you're thinking, I want that trophy next, right? That's obviously as a pitcher. Now, the MVP has happened before for some Verlander, Kershaw, those guys. Is that what's on your mind? Like, is that the next step you think you can get to?
Yeah, I think so. I think the awards are great. I think it's a product of really just not putting limits on yourself. Because you saw the route. Obviously, you see the routes that Verlander and Scherzer and Kershaw do. They win it. They were winning it every year. But Erik and Chris, they won it, after some adversity. So there are a lot of different ways to win that award. So really, it's not about winning an award. In my mind, it's about going out there and, executing at a very high level, and then, the awards and all that stuff will come. And if your team wins, I think it becomes a little bit easier. So that's definitely, first and foremost, winning.
Paul, what's the thing that you want to improve most upon as a pitcher this year?
Probably just attacking the zone more, especially at the right times. I think there were a lot of times last year where I just, put myself in bad positions a little bit. After the season was over, I had one of the analysts actually at LSU run some numbers for me on Scooble and Sale and then me, and they pretty much led in just about every category, which shows that that's how you pitch at a very high level. That's how you win those awards, is winning the first 2 out of 3 pitches, strike percentage, first pitch strike percentage, stuff like that. And those are kind of the process-oriented goals that I'm focusing on this year a little bit more.
All right, you brought something up there. You had to go back to LSU to get some analytic.
They're locked in there,
come
though.
On,
No.
Let my guys get some analytic devices.
No, our analysts with the Pirates are very good.
I know.
Yeah, no,
you
it was
wanted
just
some canes and you wanted some roots.
He wanted some NIL money.
No, so I just happened to be talking to him, and then he went home and ran the numbers for me. I didn't ask him to do it.
Did you tip him?
Oh man, I should.
Oh,
Get him a good dinner. Good dinner.
No. Just did you tell him he nerded out? Like he was like, oh, Paul Skenes, I love this guy. He was here and now he's back, and now I'll get these numbers for him. Or did you not make fun of him for it?
So no, because that stuff's pretty valuable. I think the analysts are, I don't know. Sometimes they get in the way, but a lot of the times they have really good stuff. Like they came to me, during the year last year and said, hey, you should throw your sinker more to lefties with 2 strikes. And I was like, okay, let's try it. And then it works. So usually if they're coming to you with something, they're probably right. So the analysts, sometimes they're a little off, but you should probably listen to them usually.
They know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
But you also need to make sure like that's like freak stuff you're talking about. Like that's like, hey, you should throw your 2-seamer a few more times. Or like I talked to Radley Haddad, Rad, and he's like, dude, this splinker that he's throwing, this was in spring training. He's like, it's a joke. And he just learned it 2 days ago. And I'm like, this isn't, you do realize that you're a freak, right?
So Radley, was the one who actually came up to me. We were at Dodger Stadium, and he's the one who
Okay.
told me that. And Radley's one of those guys where I just, if he says something, I listen. He's really smart, but yeah, I don't know. It's show up every day and do the work. I think there is a little bit, because working out at LSU and that kind of thing, you're around. I'm around college guys a little bit more, and I think I have realized that I can make the ball do a little bit different things than what they can do. And they got really good stuff, but yeah, I don't know. It's just,
that's good.
just go out there and execute.
At least we realize that now.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so my last one is, so you get up here, right, to the show. You prove that you should be up, whatever it was, May, okay? And then you're thriving in the bigs. So now this is your first off season. You're a Pirate, right? So are you dialed in? Obviously, they haven't done much yet, but to the off season, like, hey, are we gonna have someone? Like, because now this is, you're part of this team now, so you're keeping track of off season moves. Okay, the Cubs just got Kyle Tucker. Like, are you keeping? Obviously, you know it, but are you like a fan of it because it affects your life and your season coming up?
More so just within our team. Obviously, you can't miss the Tuckers, the Sotos, those transactions. I think I have a little bit greater feel for what's going on, but still there are some things I had no idea we were going to make that trade with the Guardians and that kind of thing. There's some things that still surprise me, but I'm definitely more in tune and more interested in it, I think, than I was last year. But yeah, I mean, it's more than anything just because I don't have anything else to do besides worry about us putting a really good team together to win next year. So that's the goal, and whatever I have to do in December, November, December, January, which is worrying about these things to a much greater extent than I was last year.
What do you do in your free time? Sorry, what you said you don't have much else to do. What does Paul Skenes, besides talk to the analysts at LSU and work out and clearly grow taller? What do you got going?
I like to cook a little bit, but
like what?
Steaks.
Yeah.
Gumbo?
No.
Okay.
He's not from Louisiana.
I know he's not from there, but you live there and you go back.
Yeah, I've eaten it a little bit. I don't know how to make it.
Steaks.
Yeah, I'm pretty much a one-trick pony.
It's okay.
But I'd like to think I'm really good at it.
All right. Two things before we let you go. One, Levy's here with you, obviously. I mean, you're talking about you don't have anything to do. I mean, you can get married. You could be baseball's power couple. That would be on the list of things people want to see.
Try to put a man on.
I'm not saying. I'm just saying in the future. But if he doesn't have stuff to do, I'm sure she could come up with stuff. Because we're all married. And we all know once you get married, they have a million things to do for you. Like I can't run out of chores.
We don't do.
I can't. Yeah, true. I can't run out of chores. Like it's never. So no pressure. Just saying. Think of the power couple you guys could be. Baseball's power couple. But before we let you go, we had Barry Bonds sitting here. We had Scooble and we had Sale. And Scooble has said in the past, if you could face one guy, it would be Barry. And he's like, I'll strike him out. And I'm like, trust me, you don't want that, okay? Yeah. So if you could face one person in history, who would it be?
Man. Yeah, I mean, Barry's up there. I think just for, the history of the game, the Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig's.
How many splinkers you throwing? A lot?
Yeah, I'm probably just going to.
You named a lot of lefties.
Yeah. And I throw those a little bit more because of Radley with 2 strikes.
Full circle
Radley,
story.
How do I get Babe Ruth out?
Yeah. Babe Ruth ain't seen nothing.
If you go to the LSU guy, you say, hey, can you run a program on how I would get Babe Ruth? That'd probably be an interesting find.
What was the exact quote? Didn't see all he saw was dumpy cutters and sinkers. He ain't seen Paul Skenes. No, Babe Ruth ain't building no houses with Paul Skenes out there.
No chance.
That's right. Well, Paul, awesome night. Thank you for stopping by. Thanks for being accessible. Obviously, a ton of people want to hear from you, and this is super cool. And your story's motivating. So thanks for stopping by, man. Good to see you in person.
Yeah, appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
Thanks.
Congratulations.
Congrats.
All right, FT fam, we're wrapping it up. So that was it for the night. Yeah,
Love
exactly. Thank you so much for watching. Obviously, this was a great night here. So we're gonna call it. We're good to go. All right, that was it. We finished strong here with Paul Skenes. You know where to find us. 1 to 3 live Eastern every single weekday. Ken's show, Fair Territory, Mondays and Thursdays live with Alana Rizzo, and everything else. Just follow us on socials. We got all the team shows, the whole deal. So hope you enjoyed this. Thanks again to the Foul Territory crew behind the scenes, BBWAA. We put this together on the live stream for the first time ever. Freaking awesome. Okay, so this is just the beginning, and we will see you all on Monday.